Okay, so now we're recording. We're at the Stone Center Graduate Student Summerfield Research Symposium. And my name is Jimmy Huck. I'm the Assistant Director and Graduate Advisor at the Stone Center. And I'm working with Liat Perlin, who is a graduate student at the Stone Center, who helped to coordinate this meeting. We're going to go ahead and get started with our first panel of the day, which is on ecological studies in Ecuador. And I'm going to turn it over to Liat to introduce the panel and the panelists, and we'll get going.
Okay, our first presenter is Katie Rompf, who's going to talk about her research in Ecuador this summer.
All right, so I guess I'll go ahead and begin. Thank you, Liat. Thank you, Jimmy. So I am a two-year thesis master's student here at Tulane. I'm in the Ecology and Evolutionary Biology program. I'm in Jordan Caribbean's lab, and my name is Katie Rompf, and my thesis research is on seed dispersal by a species of bird known as the white-bearded manakin, Manacus manacus, in the biogeographic region, the Chocó biogeographic region of Northwestern Ecuador. So I'll go ahead and begin by talking a little bit about the study site where I collected my data. So this is known as the Chocó biogeographic region. It extends all the way up to Panama and down into Peru. Where we were was the Mache Chindul Ecological Reserve, which you can see on that map on the lower right. This is a really special part of the world. It's a major biodiversity hotspot, and it has extreme species endemism, meaning that there are species here in this tropical rainforest that don't exist anywhere else in the world. So it's a really important priority for conservation. Also because it's experiencing severe habitat loss primarily due to agriculture and logging, and that's caused a lot of fragmentation in the rainforest, which creates issues for species. Species have issues moving and interacting between those fragments, which can be problematic for biodiversity as well. And that picture is one that I took where you can really see and it's beautiful, but you can see where there's a lot of pasture where rainforest once was, and you can imagine that those areas get much larger and much more expansive, and it can create issues with connectivity in the rainforest. So jumping into the topic of seed dispersal. So the Jansen-Connell hypothesis is the hypothesis that as a seed falls from a fruit from a tree, the farther away that it is from the parent tree, the higher its probability that the seed will survive. So for seed dispersal, this is really important because when an animal, for example, it may be an animal has the seed and then takes it away from the parent tree, it's increasing its probability that the seedling will survive and mature and do well and become an adult tree. So there's lots of different types of seed dispersal. Endozookery is seed dispersal in which a plant has a fruit around a seed, and then that fruit is in turn eaten by an animal. And a lot of times these are actually like co-evolved mutualisms that these plants and animals have that encourage these animals to disperse the seeds away from the maternal plant. So in the Chocó biogeographic region, the biodiversity extends, beyond just animals. It's also the plant biodiversity is really incredible, and there's just tons of different types of fruits of all shapes and colors and sizes. And it's been estimated that up to 75% of tree species produce fruits that are like avian dispersed in neotropical forests. So these are examples of different berries that we saw while we were there that are all eaten by our study species, which were white-bearded manakins. So just to talk a little bit about the species I was studying or am studying. So white-bearded manakins are generalists, and so they eat strictly fruit, but they eat a wide variety of fruit. They have a really wide gape, so they just swallow berries whole, and they can pass these berries really quickly, which allows them to eat a really large amount of fruit in a very short period of time. And because they're swallowing these fruits whole, and each of these fruits can contain hundreds of seeds, when they defecate these seeds away from the maternal plant, they are acting as potentially very prominent seed dispersers in this like fragmented rainforest. And so I guess I'll talk for a second about the sexual dimorphism between them. So on the left is the male white-bearded manakin, and on the right is the female. I focused primarily on males and their seed dispersal services. The juvenile males are difficult to distinguish from the females. They are both that greenish color. They're really interesting because they are a Lekking species, and Luke will talk more about that and their unique courtship behaviors. But these behaviors and the movements of these birds are likely contributing to or influence their seed dispersal services and how they may be influencing the landscape around them. So my overarching question is how do the seed dispersal services of Manacus influence the ecology of the fragmented Chocó? So the primary objective of my data collection this summer was to use the telemetry data we collected and some previously published drought retention information to create seed dispersal kernels for Manacus, and I'll explain more about what that actually means next. So over the summer, with the funding from the Stone Center and Tinker Foundation, I was fortunate enough to be able to go to the Mache Chindul at the FCAT research station, the Fundación para la Conservación de los Andes Tropicales. And I worked with Team Manakin, which was Judith Santeno, Luke, who's here, and Ellie Casement. And we collected data out there for about 7 weeks, and it was a really incredible experience. And I'm looking forward to going back again, hopefully this summer, to collect more data and answer some more questions, which I'll expand on in a second. So the way that we got this telemetry data to track the movements of these birds is we first had to set up mist nets, and we set them up in their territories where we knew we would have a higher likelihood of capturing these male white-bearded manakins. And once we captured them, we were able to extract them and band them for identification and fit them with these radio backpacks. And once we were able to do that, we could release them and track their movements. And so that's me on the right. There is like a radio and a transmitter, and then as you get closer to the bird, you're able to kind of figure out exactly or roughly how close the bird is to you and where that bird is, and you can drop a GPS point. And so we would do 120-minute tracking sessions for the birds, and we would take a GPS point of the bird's location every 5 minutes. And we did this for over 16 individuals in over 80 tracking sessions. And we have over 1,000 GPS points, but I think it's a lot more than that now because Luke was recently in Ecuador and actually was able to get some more data points, which is fantastic. So my current goal for analysis is to create these seed dispersal distributions for white-bearded manakins. I'm basing this analysis off of a study that was done by Jordan Perubian and others in 2012, and he did his study on long-wattled umbrella birds, which are also a species that have really unique courtship behavior. And so I'm hoping to use this telemetry data to establish these seed dispersal kernels, which will hopefully help us understand how they're influencing the landscape here. So in the future, I am hoping to return to FCAT, and I'm going to expand a little bit on my research questions and look more into the germination of the actual seeds that they are passing. And so I'm interested in how a seed passing through the gut of a white-bearded manakin may improve seed germination success. And I'm also curious if gut passage by white-bearded manakins could increase seedling survival by providing it microbial resistance. So that's what I will be focusing on in the future. And thank you all so much for listening. I appreciate it. And thank you to the Stone Center for making this possible.
Thank you so much, Katie. Now we are going to move on to Luke Anderson. So you can just pass that over, and Luke, you can begin when you're ready.
Great. Morning, everybody. My name is Luke Anderson. I'm a third-year PhD student in the Ecology and Evolutionary Biology department in Jordan Perubian's lab as well. And today I'm going to be talking to you about my summer research project titled Linking Resource Distributions to Male Mating Success in a Lekking Bird. So like Katie, my research focuses on this interesting species of bird called the white-bearded manakin. But as an evolutionary biologist, the thing I find most interesting about white-bearded manakins is their unusual mating system. So in a lek mating system, which is a pretty rare mating system, but it's pretty taxonomically widespread. So reptiles, mammals, amphibians, fish, birds, and even insects are known to exhibit this mating system. Wherein males form these display aggregations at traditional locations known as lek sites. And females visit these sites to assess and choose mates. And after copulation, the females leave and conduct all parental care alone. Interestingly, very few males in this system attain any reproductive success whatsoever. And thus, female choice exerts really strong sexual selection pressure on the males in these systems. And this strong sexual selection has led to the evolution of pretty extreme male phenotypes in the form of displays, dances, and physical features like in these Lekking birds here. So white-bearded manakin leks, I want to talk quickly about the structure of them. An individual manakin lek is composed of individual courts. So what we're seeing on the left-hand side here is a diagram of 4 different lek sites. And each of these lek sites, the points in those polygons represents one individual male's display court, which we can see on the right-hand side here. And at a display court, a male white-bearded manakin clears a small patch of the forest floor, clears it of all leaf litter and debris, and leaps between vertical saplings on the court's perimeter. And as he's leaping, he produces these firecracker-like wing snapping sounds by smashing the bones in his wings together behind his back. So it's this really incredible, kind of elaborate and physiologically costly courtship display. And I can show you a quick video of that here from one of our camera traps. other males displaying there in the background. So yeah, so each white-bearded Manakin lek is composed of individual display courts. Here's one more quick video. So that was a male and female. Okay, so like I mentioned, at these white-bearded Manakin leks, there's really high reproductive skew. And what that means is that one male or a small number of males attains the vast majority of matings in these settings, and a large number of individuals don't mate at all. But this is kind of a confusing situation because it's unclear the benefits that females gain from mating with certain individuals. So males, like I mentioned, provide no direct benefits to females in the form of resources or parental care. So the leading evolutionary explanations for the evolution of this kind of really stringent female choice is that females are choosing males with good genes and are gaining indirect genetic benefits for their offspring in the form of increased attractiveness or increased survival. But as we know in biology, things are more complicated than just genes alone. So current biology research is really one of the major goals of modern biology research is to integrate our understanding of the role of genes and the environment in producing any given phenotype. So one of the big questions that I'm trying to answer in my dissertation is, what are the relative influences of genetic versus environmental factors on male mating success in these systems? What determines why some individuals are so successful and some not? And like I mentioned, a lot of the theory that exists really centers around the role of genes. And a lot less has been explored in these types of systems about the role of the environment. So this past summer in my Stone Center funded research project, I was really focusing on environmental factors at these lek sites and around these individual male display courts. And in particular, I zoomed in on kind of the importance of fruit in this system as an environmental variable. Fruit is really important because the vast majority of the Manakin diet is composed of fruit. And the availability and density of fruit relative to individual males is expected to vary over time and space. And thus, the availability of fruit could be driving differences in male display performance and ultimately in male mating success. And another reason that I think fruit might be important is because fruit might directly influence several known predictors of male mating success in both Manakins and in other Lekking species. And those predictors include display rate. So because these displays are so physiologically costly, they're going to depend on the ability to maintain a high nutrient balance. Body condition, which again is dependent on energy and nutrient balance. And time on the lek. So the closer your fruit resources are to your lek site and your display court, the less time you need to leave to forage. So all of these things could be directly influenced by fruit. So my overall hypothesis here is that fruit availability should influence these sexually selected traits in white-bearded Manakins. My specific predictions that I was testing is that males with more access to fruit should exhibit smaller home ranges because they need to they don't need to travel as far to forage. And for the same reason, they should spend more time at the lek. They should display at higher rates. And ultimately, they should experience higher female visitation and mating success than individuals with less access to fruit. So to test these predictions, my team and I last summer, we monitored fruit resources at 4 different leks shown here on the left. And we did this by exhaustively sampling the kind of like internal polygon of all the display courts every 2 weeks. We also radio tracked, as Katie was mentioning, we radio tracked male Manakins across the landscape to get a better idea of their spatial ecology. On the left here, you can see one of these small radios that we outfitted the male Manakins with. Those little loops on the sides of the radios kind of go around their thighs, almost like a harness, and then the radio sits on their back like a backpack. And then we're able to track them using a receiver and antenna by foot through the forest, taking GPS points every 5 minutes, as Katie mentioned. So these points right here represent those GPS points that we collected in our tracking sessions, each color representing a different individual male. And using these GPS coordinates, we're able to generate these essentially minimum convex polygons of male home ranges. So so this is kind of the output of our tracking sessions, each color representing a different individual male's home range. And then finally, in addition to fruit across the landscape and tracking male space use, we also monitored individual male display, both during tracking sessions and at focal observation sessions at lek sites. So integrating all this information together, I'll go quickly through some of our preliminary results. So in all these graphs, what I'm showing you here on the x-axis is the fruit biomass at the lek. And each point here represents an individual male. So contrary to our expectations, as fruit biomass at the lek increases, we did not see a significant decrease in home range size. So we found that fruit at the lek doesn't really predict male space use. And this seems to mostly be because there's not a huge amount of variation in male space use. So with the exception of this red polygon, this male with like a 15-hectare home range, which was kind of an outlier, the vast majority of these males have home ranges of 1 to 2 hectares. So there's really not a huge amount of variation there to be explained. And in addition, we didn't find any relationship between the fruit biomass at the lek site and the amount of time that the male spent on the lek. So both of these things together suggest to me that that fruit isn't really determining space use in this species. Instead, probably things like territoriality or the need to defend and maintain your display court and therefore kind of like stay close to the lek site. Those factors seem to be more important than fruit in determining male space use. But we did find a really strong relationship between the availability of fruit to different males and their display rate. So here what I'm plotting is the mean fruit biomass at the lek on the x-axis and the male display rate on the y-axis. And you see we have this strong significant relationship between the amount of fruit available to a male and his display rate. And kind of interestingly, we not only see this at the level of the lek, as I showed here, but we also see this at really local scales. So not only does the amount of fruit at the entire lek predict the male's display rate, but fruit within a 10-meter radius of the male's display court also predicts his display rate. So it seems like hyperlocal fruit availability actually really matters in the system. So kind of our tentative conclusions from this past summer are that fruit doesn't seem to be determining male space use per se, but whatever factors are determining male space use, they're still probably constrained to use whatever fruit is available in their given home range. And this fruit might be driving differences in their display rate. So in other words, what we figured out is that fruit is probably important. So as expected, it's not just about male genes. It also has to do with these kind of stochastic ripening and senescing of fruits across the landscape. And so basically, we found a pretty strong signal here in these preliminary results. So for our future directions, we really want to continue monitoring fruit density, display behavior, and mating success over longer timescales. And I'm working closely with a local Ecuadorian researcher affiliated with the Foundation for the Conservation of the Tropical Andes, the nonprofit that we work with in Ecuador. And he's going to be maintaining these camera traps at male display courts and continuing to monitor fruit for the next year or so. So we're gonna continue getting a better idea of how environmental factors are actually influencing male display behavior at the individual level. And furthermore, for future chapters of my dissertation, I'm hoping to explore the genetic side of this. So as I mentioned, genes in the environment interact in kind of interesting and sometimes unexpected ways. So in addition to exploring these environmental factors, I'm planning to do some genomic analyses to see if we can figure out genetic predictors of male mating success as well. So with that, I would like to thank a whole bunch of people. So most importantly, my field team, Katie, Judith, and Ellie, who were all gathering really awesome data on white-bearded manakins all summer. Also my advisor, Jordan Karubian, the talented FCAT biologists that we worked with, including Jairo Cabo, Jorge Olivo, and Luis Carrasco. And then most importantly, I received funding from several sources for this summer, but most importantly was from the Stone Center for Latin American Studies and the Tinker Foundation, without which this research would not have been possible. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Luke. Now we're gonna move on to Juliana Gilson. And Juliana, you can share your own screen since you're presenting virtually. And I'd just like to remind everyone that you can write down your questions and we'll have time for a Q&A at the end of the presentations on this panel. So Juliana, take it away.
Is my presentation in presenter view?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Juliana Gilson and I will be presenting the effects of land use change on biodiversity of neotropical bats in Northwestern Ecuador. Oh, it's not letting me switch. Oh wait, is it changing now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So land use change is essentially a process by which human activities transform the natural landscape. And I may refer to land use change as landscape for brevity in this presentation. But reasons for land use change resulting in deforestation, some of those reasons are agricultural expansion, wood extraction for the lumber industry, or infrastructure extension. In tropical regions, though, primarily the reason is agricultural expansion. And this has numerous effects on the environment. It can be influential in making deserts, since trees play a key role in making water vapor. It can result in habitat loss, which increases the number of endangered species. And it can also play into spillover events, as humans and natural reservoirs may become in closer contact. And also as biodiversity decreases, this can also play a role as well. So there are a lot of reasons why we're interested in land use change. We're also interested in bats. There are a few reasons for this. They are incredibly important to the ecosystem and conduct many ecosystem services. They are also sentinel animals or bioindicators, which essentially means that within bats, there's certain species that are more sensitive to habitat changes. So by gathering the bat fauna, we can kind of get a read on the quality of the landscape. And then they're also known disease reservoirs. So they're known to harbor Marburg. They're also known to harbor related SARS coronaviruses. And they're the suspected reservoirs for Ebola. So understanding how environmental changes impacts these animals is really important. So our interest is really twofold. We're interested in how biodiversity is affected by landscape, kind of who are the players that we're working with here, and where are they? And then we're also interested in pathogen presence and how that is affected by landscape, kind of what is in the environment. But today I will be exclusively presenting the biodiversity data. So I'll have to move my face here. So first hypothesis is that biodiversity would be increased in forested sites compared to agricultural sites. There we go. Second hypothesis is that species composition would vary according to landscape, that the who would vary over the where. And then last, that sexual activity and female presence would be decreased in agricultural sites. And there are a few reasons for this thinking. First of all, that females might be more prone to energy conservation and less likely to fly long distances over pasture. And second, that agriculturally disturbed land could induce some sort of stress that could negatively impact reproductive outcomes. So our study site took place in the Chocó biographic zone, known as a biodiversity hotspot, just like Luke and Katie's research. And we also conducted our research at the FCAT Reserve. And FCAT is also doing a reforestation project, which is creating a natural corridor from the forest to its natural water source. And so this project really allowed us to study a mosaic landscape, which was unique. So we were able to study forested land right alongside areas that were in the process of being reforested, and then also agricultural landscapes. So here's an example of a reforested plot right here. And as you can see, it's still pretty wide open, although you can see the trees starting to pop up there. And then in comparison, here's a forested site, which is comparatively far more dense. So like I said, we were looking at 3 landscape types: forested landscape, reforested landscape, and agricultural landscape. So we would go out to these sites and we would capture bats using mist netting techniques. And then we would collect samples and an ID. So our wet samples included an oral swab, blood stick, and fecal samples. And we plan on using these wet samples to collect pathogen prevalence data in the future. So here's my team over here on the left setting up mist nets in an agricultural site. And here on the right is an example of what processing looked like on any given night for us. We would sample bats between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. since bats are nocturnal. And so often, well, all the time, we were working under the use of headlamps. And here's me at the processing station. Here's an oral swab and a blood stick. All right, so all in all, we collected 505 individual bats spanning 39 species in 8 families, but the vast majority of the bats that we caught were in family Philostomidae, which are highlighted in this bracketed region here. And that's the region which our biodiversity analyses for today is taking place. The green boxes indicate that bats are caught in forest, the red boxes indicate bats caught in reforest, and the green boxes indicate bats caught in agriculture. So first, I want to draw your attention to those bats in the red boxes. These guys are nectarivores. They feed on fruit nectar, and so they really prefer to live in open habitat. And as you can see, we did tend to catch them more in the agriculture here, and then some in the reforest. So that made sense to us. And then here in the gold box, we have insect feeding bats and omnivores. And these guys really prefer the forest. They're fairly forest restricted. And as you can see, we didn't catch any in the agricultural spaces at all. Insectivores are also really good bioindicators, and so we were really happy to catch these guys out there. And then finally, in the yellow box, we have our fruit-eating bats, or frugivores. And these guys are not picky, and it's reflected here. As you can see, we found them pretty ubiquitously throughout the landscapes. We found them pretty much everywhere. So the main takeaway from this, or what this tells us, is that bats do vary in their landscape preference according to their differing roles. And here are just a few examples of some of my favorite bats that we caught this summer. And I want to draw your attention here to the vampire bat. We did catch a few of these guys, Desmodus rotundus, so that was very exciting for us. Okay. Here are our species accumulation curves, and as you can see, they're still climbing. Since they have not yet plateaued, this means that we have not reached species saturation at any of the sites. So there are still plenty of more species and work to be done to reach saturation and catch more bats. But overall, you can see that our species richness really was highest in the forested sites than it was at either of the other 2 sites. Interestingly, it was also higher in reforest than it was for agriculture, which is interesting because as you can see, the reforested sites were still pretty spread out and wide open. And so it's kind of encouraging that the presence of, possibly the presence of those trees is making a difference in species richness as well. And then we were also interested in community assemblage. So this is a non-metric multidimensional scaling index. And so essentially what it's measuring is the dissimilarity between different sites, and then it creates this really big matrix. And what you're seeing is a collapsed 16 by 16 matrix into a 2D matrix. But the main takeaway here is that the closer in space that these points are, the more similar they are to each other. And so clusters indicate similarity, and we are seeing points clustered based on landscape types. So the bats caught in the forests form a cluster, and same with the reforest. And then those caught in agriculture technically also form a cluster, although it is more widespread. There's some more space than for the other two sites. And this just means that the patterns of variation for the specific particular landscape are a bit different. And then finally, we found that the presence of males and females was not dependent on landscape, as you can see from our chi-square test, and we have an insignificant p-value here. And so really, we did find both males and females pretty ubiquitously throughout the three landscapes. And similarly, the reproductive status was also not changed by the landscape type. As you can see, the insignificant p-values for both males and females. So both are very reproductively active across landscapes. So to conclude, I'd like to recap our hypotheses. Our data did support that the biodiversity would be increased in forested sites. Our data also supported that species composition would vary according to landscape. However, our data did not support that sexual activity and female presence would be decreased in agricultural sites. And I was happy to see this. I was very encouraged that the bats are doing well despite landscape. So conducting the biodiversity survey and continuing to do so until we reach saturation is significant for mapping out who the players are and where they can be found. And this will continue to be important, especially as we start to tease out that pathogen presence bit as well to add to that. And then although we have not yet reached species saturation, it's still important to note that species richness is highest in the forest. It's important to acknowledge this and keep this in mind when discussing spillover potential. And then finally, again, it was nice to see that the reproductive status of bats was independent of landscape, and at least within our particular study system. And so part 2 of our work is going to be analyzing those wet samples for pathogen presence. And then together, these data will describe how land use changes affect the health of the surrounding ecosystem, the health of bats, and then also the health of humans as we continue to consider spillover potential and engage in prevention for that phenomenon. So yeah, I would like to thank the Stone Center for Latin American Studies and the Tinker Foundation for generously awarding me a grant to make travel feasible, and also the Tulane School of Public Health for letting me go conduct research, and the School of Science and Engineering for having me, Dr. Hannah Frank, my advisor, and then also my field team. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. That was great. We're moving on now to Hannah. Probably not sharing.
Oh,
You escape.
if you go to the top, maybe if you put your, I don't know. Okay. All right, hello, my my name is Mazanec, and today I'll be presenting on my master's thesis project focused on amphibian and reptile distribution in relation to agriculture and disturbed habitats. So over the last few decades, I'm sure many of you have seen or heard news about the decline in wildlife populations. When you actually look at the numbers, the situation may be more dire than maybe even we realize. Over the last 50 years, global wildlife populations have declined an average of 68%. And the numbers are even more drastic when looking at specific areas like South America, where that number is as high as 94%. Much of this decline of wildlife has been attributed to habitat loss and fragmentation from deforestation for agriculture, especially in South America, where over the last 20 years, 39 million hectares of natural forests have been lost. South America is an important ecological hotspot for amphibians, containing 30% of the world's total species. Amphibians are an important indicator for an ecosystem's health, which makes their protection even more vital. For my study, I want to look at this relationship between deforestation for agriculture and how distributions of amphibians and reptiles are reacting to it. I came up with two main research questions. First, how does diversity and abundance of amphibians and reptiles differ between land cover types? And second, what components of habitat most affect diversity? I predicted that diversity will be higher in natural habitat areas, but abundance will be higher in disrupted areas, as generalist species will be able to outcompete specialist species in those disturbed areas. Secondly, I predicted that habitat components affecting diversity will be related to tree attributes such as canopy height and canopy density, as these areas supply critical niches for amphibian and reptiles' life history. The data from my study, like most people here, was collected at the FCAT research station in the Machichindú Reserve in Northwest Ecuador. The station is located in the Chocó, which is an area of temperate rainforest and a diversity hotspot for many taxonomic groups, as we've heard today. The first thing I did was establish survey points in 3 different habitat types, including forest, agriculture, and reforestation. Now, the reforestation are really just agriculture points, but starting this year, they will begin to be reforested. So data collected on them will be useful to monitor change in species presence over the coming years. Once established, I conducted a habitat assessment at each point, taking measurements such as canopy height and density, leaf layer depth, and understory density to be used to compare species data. Next, I conducted visual encounter surveys at each site. These surveys entail a 10-minute search time within a 20-meter diameter from the center of the point, where any and all amphibians and reptiles encountered were captured and identified. I visited each site 4 times during a day and 4 times during night to encounter as much diversity as possible. So far, the analysis of my data has included an ANOVA comparing both abundance and species diversity for each land cover type, a constrained ordination to identify the relationship and significance of different habitat components on abundance and diversity, and a further exploration of the significant habitat components presented in the ordination. So to start off, my raw data showed that forest points had the highest average species richness as well as average abundance per site. But when looking at that through a statistical lens, I found that there was no significant relationship between land cover type on either richness or abundance. For my ordination, I found that this model only explained about 25% of my data, which indicated there's a caveat possibly to these findings and maybe something going on beyond the analysis. Nonetheless, this model showed that only agriculture points had any grouping relation, which could likely be caused by the relationship with this species Pristimanchus acatinus, which you can see in the top left, which is by far my most observed species, accounting for about 1/3 of my data. When looking at the relationship of the habitat components on site composition, I found that only understory density had an effect on diversity and abundance. Looking more into this relationship, I found that as understory increased, so too did diversity and abundance. I then plotted the residual versus predicted values for this data, which showed that the data is evenly distributed, indicating that this model is supported. Back to my original research questions, I found that my first hypothesis that diversity will be higher in natural habitat areas, but abundance will be higher in disrupted areas was not supported. But my second hypothesis that habitat components affecting diversity will be related to tree attributes such as canopy height and density was supported. The lack of support for my hypothesis 1 could be because species are adapting better and more easily to habitat destruction, which would be good for conservation. But additionally, it could be that generalist species such as the Pristimanchus may be positively affected by habitat destruction, outcompeting specialist species in disturbed areas, allowing them to use those areas as reservoirs and proliferate into the natural surrounding areas. The support for my second hypothesis indicates that agriculture that maintains an understory, such as cacao or banana, may mitigate some negative effects of land conversion. So if agriculture is done intentionally and mindfully and maintains some of these aspects of canopy structure, amphibians and reptiles can adapt and persist in these environments. In addition to all this sciencey stuff, I think some of the most valuable things I learned during my time in Ecuador was the result of my time spent with local people and FCAT researchers. These people are passionate about the environment and take pride in the work they do, and I wouldn't have been able to accomplish all that I did without them. Moving forward, I have more data analysis I would like to conduct, such as looking at species-specific relationship with land cover and habitat, as well as grouping the reforestation back in with the agriculture points where they're better suited. I want to thank you all for listening to me today, and I want to especially thank the Tinker Foundation and the Stone Center for helping me with my research. Thanks.
Thanks, Tanner. Last but not least, we've got Kat. Kat, you can share your screen when you're ready.
Okay, are you guys able to see?
Yes.
Okay. Well, hey guys, my name's Kat. I am a second-year master's student in Jordan Caribbean's lab, and my research is focused on a fungal pathogen across different habitats and different frog species around the FCAT reserve. So some quick background, just to touch on it again. The Neotropics are this region that are highlighted by this map on the left here, in between the dashed lines. Now, this is a region that's been undergoing super heavy anthropogenic disturbances over the past few decades. However, through these disturbances, they still remain extremely biodiverse, some of the most biodiverse regions in the world. In fact, about 49% of all endemic amphibian populations come from the Neotropics. And if you take a look over here at this map on the right, it's just kind of highlighting how rich in amphibians the whole region is. So this red color is just highlighting the extra rich regions of amphibian populations. And this star on the map right here is highlighting where Ecuador is. And as you can see, it's right there on the red, and they have super, super biodiverse habitats full of lots of frogs. So the Chocó is located within the Neotropics, and the Chocó-Darien global ecoregion is one of those regions that's been facing super heavy disturbances over the past decade. In fact, about 61% of its forest cover has been lost to different disturbances. And these habitat destructions have led to things like microhabitat conditions changing, which has led to disease spreading and a plethora of other issues, including rapid declines in amphibian populations. Now, these declines in amphibian populations are kind of being related to a couple of different things, and the scientific community is not totally sure what the exact drivers are, but one of the main theories behind these declines is the spread of diseases, including the spread of this fungal pathogen, Batrachochytrium Dendrobatidis, which leads us to my exact study. And BD, for those of you that don't know, it is a fungal pathogen that spreads aquatically, and it causes chytridiomycosis in amphibians on every single continent where amphibians live. And it's lethal to some populations, while other populations have evolved chemical defenses that let them persist while living with it. So I was interested this summer in better understanding BD across different habitats and different species, and exactly what's going on with these amphibian populations. So my first research question for this summer, I was interested in how habitat attribute would affect prevalence of BD. And I was interested in two different habitats for the purpose of my study. I was looking at forest and pastures, which were agricultural sites and plots to be reforested grouped together. And for this question, it was hypothesized that BD would be more prevalent in forest habitats because previous research states that BD prefers more pristine regions. And next, I was interested in how classification of these different individual frogs was affecting prevalence of BD. So which groups of species have evolved, say, chemical defenses to let them live with it, and which groups are being taken out by this pathogen. And lastly, I was interested in how elevation would affect BD because the Chocó is also known to have highly variable elevational ranges, which encompass a multitude of microhabitat conditions. And it was hypothesized for this question that BD would be much more prevalent at higher elevations because some research says that lower elevations and warmer climates actually stop BD from spreading and growing. Now, my study site, just as everyone else in this panel, was over at FCAT. So as I said, I was looking at the two different sites, forest and pasture, and I was also visiting these habitat points that Tanner and Juliana had mentioned previously. So over my 7 weeks, I visited 33 different points, and I would visit them both in the morning and at nighttime to collect nocturnal and diurnal samples. And at the end of my 7 weeks, these are some of the frogs I got to work with. I ended up with 178 samples from different frogs coming from 13 different species. And these frogs I worked with ranged from different toads to tree frogs to direct developing frogs. Now, as I said, I was looking for BD in these different individuals at these different habitat points. So to do this, I followed a standard protocol where essentially I took a long Q-tip and I swabbed the entire outside of the frog about 5 times all over it. And I stored those swabs in vials of ethanol and froze them until they could be shipped off, where my collaborator, Dr. Gilson, PCR analyzed them at a nearby university. So for my results, unfortunately, none of my results yielded significant p-values from the summer. However, I did start to see some interesting trends with my results. Now, for my first question, I was looking at probability of BD against elevation and genus specific. So although no p-values were significant here, we can see some trends, especially in the 3 different genuses of dart frogs we have. So Oophaga, Epipedobates, and Hyloxodus. They're all observed having a higher probability of BD as elevation increases, while these other 3 genuses were observed having the opposite trend, where their probability of infection was actually going to decrease as elevation increased. Next, I was really interested in BD and elevation and habitat attribute. So again, here we do see some trends where probability of BD actually decreased in forest habitats as elevation increased. However, in pastures, there was a slight increase as elevation increased. And for my last result, I was interested in how probability of BD infection was related to elevation, habitat attribute. This time I was interested in being genus specific. So what we see here is the same kind of trends we were seeing in that first graph, where our 3 species of dart frogs were observed having an increased probability of this infection as elevation increased. However, as we can see, Baricolus up here on the top left actually had an opposite trend from the first graph, where their probability was now increasing as elevation increased, which supports the previous research that I was looking at. Which leads us to my discussion. Although my results did not yield significant p-values, we did see those interesting trends where all of our dart frogs were observed having an increased probability of infection as elevation increased. And as I said earlier, this supported my hypothesis and previous research where BD does better at higher elevations with cooler climates and actually struggles at lower elevation where the warmer climates hinder its growth and make it unable to spread. So that takes me to my future directions for this summer, where I'll be going back and I'll be collecting more samples following those same questions about habitat attribute, elevation, and individuals to hopefully get some significant p-values and better assess those trends we're starting to see and understand what's going on there. However, this summer, I'll also be taking a special focus on this specific frog that Tanner just mentioned, Persimantis achatinus, which is a super abundant frog that actually comes from a direct developing clade, meaning this frog skips the tadpole phase in their development. And there's some research out there stating that frogs in this clade have different interactions with BD relative to water access and precipitation. So this summer, I hope to collect a bunch more samples with this species and compare precipitation between the 2 summers, as well as compare how far every individual I capture is from a water source to hopefully better understand what's going on with this frog and why its trends of BD infection don't agree with previous research that I've seen. And I just want to say thank you to the Stone Center and the Tinker Foundation and Dr. Karubian and everybody at FCAT for making this project possible. And I am very excited to go back next summer and collect more data and share you guys my results and hopefully answer some questions about what's going on with these trends and figure out how BD is affecting the area around FCAT. So thank you guys so much.
Great, thank you, Pat. So now we have about 20 minutes for Q&A. So feel free to write your questions in the chat, or since there's not many of us, to just
Kat,
holler.
can you stop screen sharing? Thank you. I have some questions for all of you. I know that doing research this past summer and year was interesting because of the pandemic reality. And so I'm wondering if you had tips for graduate students who may be facing 2, 3, 4 years from now, another pandemic reality, what tips you might have for preparing for and conducting research in another country in, let's say, a crisis situation or a pandemic situation. What did you have to keep in mind that you wouldn't have thought of beforehand? And how did you adjust your research, if you did, accordingly? Now, I know most of you worked away from people, so that probably wasn't so much of an issue, but I'm curious to hear as scientists what that experience was like and how it was different, and what suggestions you might have for future scientists doing this kind of research in the field.
Well, I can go for that one. What I think that this one was more specific to our projects. Not everyone's going to encounter this, but I thought it was interesting. But halfway through our field season, literature came out that we can transmit coronaviruses back to bats, and so we had to change our protocol and mask up for the entirety of. So I mean that makes a difference when you're running through the rainforest at night with a mask on and doing everything with a mask on. So it was, but it's just interesting how when the literature fluctuates, then we have to fluctuate our protocols as well.
I guess kind of going off of that, like it was really hard. Something that was difficult for me is like having to be incredibly flexible, and especially with like travel restrictions and like not being able to really predict what's going to happen next, and just kind of you can't let it like ruin your trip and give you a lot of anxiety because you never know what's going to happen. And like I think it's, especially if you're like traveling and going somewhere really far away, like making sure you have everything you need, and probably more than you would think that you would need, because of travel restrictions and not knowing if you're going to end up having to be where you are for longer than you had initially expected. And so that was definitely a big one for me. And we were fortunate enough that, well, while I was there, we didn't have many issues with that, but I could definitely see that being a possibility in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would also add, yeah, we were really fortunate to like still be able to make this trip last summer, and some of us, at other times throughout the pandemic as well. But last year, I was supposed, or I guess in 2020, I was supposed to go down for a field season, and it got totally canceled when the pandemic first kind of happened. And I think something that ended up being important for me was figuring out how to still kind of create a project, even when you can't go out into the field, because at least in science and probably in most disciplines, you can still, do a literature review, or you can do, you can still be productive. You can use old data sets that nobody's had time to collect or had time to analyze, but are kind of like sitting around waiting for somebody to jump on them, so like there's always projects that you can keep yourself busy with, even if you're not able to go into the field. So I think kind of keeping the mindset that all is not lost if it doesn't go according to plan, and having a backup option is essential.
Good.
Yeah, I think one of the nice things about being a wildlife biologist or doing field work is you're already used to nothing going according to plan and being adaptable, like Kate said. So it's almost just you're already geared into that mindset. And additionally, I think having really great collaborators, local collaborators, who can, if you're not actually there, they can help you out, just like a lot of them are doing now for people who are here, continue on the work, or when you're there, be an extra set of hands in order to get just as much work done in maybe a short time period because of everything that's going on.
I have a question on that note. Like FCAT really advertises and celebrates community engaged scholarship, and each of you talked about the role that FCAT team members have had in your research. So how do you see the collaboration continuing as you move beyond data collection into analysis and discussion?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think, like a lot of kind of the initial stages in science, I feel like, are in terms of data collection, are like a lot of statistics and a lot of kind of like wrangling the data in a computer program. So it feels like those first steps we often will take alone, but I think it's really important, because these local researchers are so invested and so knowledgeable about the systems that we're working in, to like after those initial statistics or even final statistics have kind of been conducted, going back and interacting with those people who are experts in their area, in the area of the world that they live in, and in the work that they conduct there, to kind of get their insights, one, about like, here's the pattern we're seeing, what are your intuitions about this, and two, also just sharing that information back, because I think that one of the super cool and important things about the way that research is conducted at FCAT is it's not just like an extractive, like we go down and take data and come back. It's very much like an ongoing conversation with constant knowledge exchange. So I think that that's something that that all of us really want to prioritize with our research, making sure that we're communicating it back and also like continuing the dialogue about it.
Yeah, and like I mentioned kind of in my presentation, some of the main things I learned was with the time spent with the collaborators. When you're in the jungle, you're in their world and you're learning off from them, and then when you get back, and just that time spent like talking with collaborators about data entry, and this is why I'm doing this and this is why I'm doing that. So just exchanging that kind of technical know-how that maybe you're strong in and they're not, and just kind of exchanging that and becoming better because of it.
Did any of you incorporate like coronavirus or pandemic or disease protocols in your actual the study of your bird or reptile populations? Or did you just go in and do the research like you would normally do it without worrying about that kind of disease environment?
So
Go ahead, Kat.
I was gonna say, so I think we were kind of lucky where our field site was, being so secluded out there in the forest, that after we kind of got through all the traveling and being extra precautious in the airports and in the hotel before we were able to get out there to the forest, I think we were very lucky that it was a very small group of people and there was not much contact outside of who was there. So we had the ability to kind of go on and carry out our research without having to worry too much about the pandemic that was currently ongoing. It was almost like your own little world out there. So while we were definitely concerned and always kind of thinking about it because it's happening in current time, we were very lucky to be where we were and have the ability to put our research first kind of out there in the forest.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, aside from wearing masks to limit transmission from us to the bats, since they, are potential reservoirs of SARS-CoV-2, well, we also incorporated screening for SARS-CoV-2 in our pathogen prevalence part 2 of our work. So we will be looking at coronavirus prevalence across landscapes as well.
The rest of you, you didn't need to incorporate that in your research design in any way? No, you're stuck with.
We didn't have to, unlike Juliana and the bat team, I don't think there's any real risk of passing it back and forth with birds or, amphibians or anything. So we didn't have anything explicit in our protocols about that.
Okay. Thank you. Do y'all have questions for each other? Y'all probably know each other's work really well already.
I was going to ask Kat about the BD prevalence at higher elevations and why kind of biologically it's expected that the growth is higher at colder temperatures, because with a lot of pathogens and microbes, you'd expect it to be faster growth at warmer temperatures. Is it higher competition with other microbes in warmer temperatures, so BD can't thrive, or what's kind of the understanding there?
So just something with the makeup of BD and how it spreads, it just not only does better in pristine environments, but for some reason, it's not even competition. It's just their tolerance for environmental conditions. The increased temperature, for whatever reason, limits their growth rather than accelerating it. And the cooler climates are actually what it prefers. So I'm still doing some digging and trying to better understand that research and why that is, because it is quite opposite of what we're used to in terms of bacteria spreading, but also a little bit different than bacteria because it is a fungal pathogen. So its needs and requirements are slightly different, but I will have better answers about that, Luke, when I collect all of my data next summer. So stay tuned.
Any other questions?
Well, I want to thank everybody for showing up. The first panel especially, getting up early and making it here early, those of you, or online, making it here early from wherever you are. I love it. I'm not a natural biological scientist. I'm a social scientist. So I always love to hear this research that you all do, because it's a whole new world for me and it's really exciting to hear. So thanks for sharing that with us. And I wish you all the best of luck as you continue your research in the field in Ecuador. And I hope you keep us in the Stone Center informed of what goes on, because we're always curious and interested in what you all are doing out there.
Thank you.
And remember, we have some snacks in there. Please take some on your way out for those of you who are here, and enjoy Mardi Gras.
Thank you, Dr. Huck.
Yes. Oh. All right, well, we can call it a panel session. Thank you. Okay, greetings everybody, and to our online visitors as well. Welcome to the graduate student Stone Center Tinker Foundation Summer Field Research Symposium, or just Research Symposium, since some of you aren't able to get to the field. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jimmy Huck. I'm the Assistant Director and the Graduate Advisor at the Stone Center. And I'm looking forward to your presentations and hearing about how you utilized your grant over the past summer, or whenever you did your research, and hearing all about interesting work you did. I also like to thank Liat, who is actually presenting on this panel, for coordinating this event. Liat did all the heavy lifting for this event, so I'm very grateful. Thank you, Liat, for doing that. I do want to remind everybody that if you haven't turned in your terminal report or your final report on your grant, to please remember to do so. We we do have to report this to the Tinker Foundation for those who got Tinker grants, and for those who got Stone Center grants, we have to report that to the university as well. We like to. We're recording this session because we are a part of a Tinker Collaborative project with other universities who also have received Tinker graduate research funds. And so we're sharing information back and forth about graduate student research. And we wanted to record this so that we could eventually make your presentations available for other graduate students at other institutions across the country who are participating in this collaborative. So that's why we're recording. And thank you for allowing us to do that. I'm going to turn it over to Liat, who's going to present, but also run the panel as well. And then we'll go ahead and get started.
Great, thanks, Jimmy. So this is the second panel of the day, and the general theme of this panel is sociocultural environments. We have a lot of different topics, a lot of different types of research that were funded by the Stone Center and the Tinker Foundation. So I did my best to kind of make some sort of thematic understanding of the group of people who are funded. So we're going to switch the order just a bit. I'm going to go first because my research, my field site is the same as the field site of those who presented on the first panel. So I think it's going to be a good transition into this next panel. So I'll go first, and then Tara, and we'll keep the order going from there. And then please hold on to your questions until the end. We'll have a Q&A at the end of the session. All right, so I'm going to jump into my presentation now. So, hey everybody, my name is Liat, and I am in the Master's of Latin American Studies program. The title of my research is The Social Drivers of Deforestation in the Matrechindul Ecological Reserve. A lot of the folks on panel one talked about agriculture-driven deforestation and the effects that deforestation has had on species diversity and habitat ecology. So I'm going to dig into the social drivers of that agricultural-driven deforestation. So to orient everyone, the Matrechindul Reserve is in Ecuador. You can see Quito. It's about like a 5-ish hour drive from Quito over to the Matrechindul Reserve. As said in panel one, the Matrechindul Reserve protects this really incredible biodiversity hotspot that's part of the Chocó Darien ecoregion. A paper just came out this week that found that of all of Ecuador's ecological reserves, the Matrechindul has the highest rate of deforestation presently. And the politics of this reserve are pretty heated because there are a lot of people who live inside of the boundaries of the reserve. And the reserve boundaries were drawn kind of according to local oral account without the consultation of the residents who are living there. So my overarching research question is, what are the social drivers of deforestation in the Matrechindul? And then related to that are, how do the reserve's inhabitants use land? What are the local attitudes towards nature? And then there's a standing theory of deforestation, colono deforestation. Colonos are the people who live there. So what does this case contribute to that standing theory of colono deforestation? And then what role does the state play in shaping land use decisions among the residents who live in this area, which is known as Parroquia de Cube? So here is another map of the reserve. The red line indicates the FCAT reserve, Fundación para la Conservación de los Andes Tropicales. That's the NGO that we were all working with this summer, collaborating with. And the purple indicates another private reserve called the Gilson Reserve, which is managed by the Hatun Sacha Foundation. And these two reserves are independently managed, and they lay within the boundaries of the state-run Mache Chinjul Reserve. So I was approached by the FCAT team and Dr. Jordan Karubian, who work with FCAT, to do a project that better understands land use practices in this area, kind of in order to gauge what the stakes of participation might be to engage in reforestation projects, because the organization right now is invested in creating an ecological corridor that links the Gilson Reserve over to that rainforest lake that you see in the top right corner, going through the FCAT Reserve. So it's hoped that through this project, we can better understand why agricultural driven deforestation is happening in this region. And so the theoretical frame that I use in order to try to get at that question is one of political ecology, which basically through taking a sociological approach, I hope to identify the structural factors that contribute to deforestation. So rather than saying, oh, this is just agriculture-driven deforestation, identify what the systemic and root causes of that deforestation are, and how global food systems play a role, and how inequality might play a role in politics. And this is really filling a gap in the existing research on tropical rainforest deforestation, which tends to use like satellite imagery and GIS mapping to identify deforestation and different types of land use. This is really a kind of a novel approach to understanding deforestation. And part of that novel approach is that it's community engaged. So I really try to include local perspectives throughout the research process, from design to data collection to analysis. And I think that that is a really key part of a political ecology framework. So I took a mixed methods approach this summer. That's a picture of me and my Ecuadorian collaborator, Don Vicente. And we employed a land use survey with 70 households that all live in the area surrounding the FCAT Reserve. They all farm land, primarily under cacao cultivation or cattle pasture. We also conducted some semi-structured interviews with key stakeholders, such as officials from the Ministry of the Environment, elders and community leaders, teachers, and FCAT employees. And then I was also able to visit a couple different municipio buildings to get census data and some like planes de desarrollo comunitario that the surrounding towns have in action in order to really like include what the community wants to see in my own research. So some initial findings: the high rate of deforestation can be traced back to the arrival of colonos in this region. There was a state agency called IERA, that, which is the Instituto Ecuatoriano de Reforma Agraria y Colonización, that facilitated the migration of farmers from Manabí province, which lies directly to the south, to this region in the 70s. And they came because of drought and the inavailability of fertile land. And when they got to this region, they began, again, according to oral account, were incentivized by the state to clear their land in order to put in cattle pasture or commodity crops. And I heard different numbers, but people were like, we had to clear 50% of our land, said the state, in order to register our lands with the state. So the agricultural activity that drives deforestation is commodity driven. by now a hybrid variety of cacao. Everyone's kind of transitioning over to this hybrid variety of cacao, which demands monoculture production and also higher agro input use. And then there's cattle ranching, which is subsistence based. People don't really commercialize their cheese or beef. If they do, it's on a local level. And that really comes from this Manabí province. There's a real culture of cattle ranching there. I think, let me just check on that. Yeah, I think that I'll just speed through this part really quickly, but people have a hard time getting land titles in this area, and that's another huge barrier. There's some research that has come out that indicates when people own their land, they're more deeply invested in the longevity of their land and soil fertility. And so land titling could pose a major issue in terms of sustainability. And then there's accounts of bribery going on where the Ministry of the Environment officials are supposedly taking bribes from logging corporations. And there's some research that has come out looking at divide and conquer strategies that corporations such as logging companies or even cacao aggregators can use to create a situation where fingers are pointed at the producers rather than the corporation to like take blame off themselves. So to wrap things up here, my plan is to go back this summer to first share the results of this research with FCAT so that they can continue to take kind of a sociological approach to understanding how their reforestation project could continue and how to really think about the impacts that the reforestation project might have on agricultural processes in the area. And I also received some grant funding from the Mellon Foundation to have a lunch to invite all the survey participants back, where I can share the results of my research with them, and then potentially some of y'all who are on panel 1 to share some of your research with the residents of this area. I'm working on a water project. One of the findings from my survey was that water access and quality has decreased over time. And so I'm collaborating with a professor at Ohio State University to look at water use in the area. I'm also working with a couple of undergraduate students on honors theses to investigate the perceptions and attitudes of the foreign researchers who now think last year there was maybe like 3 people who received funding from the Stone Center to go down to FCAT. This year, I think that number has doubled. So as more researchers go down, I think it'll be important to really understand what the perspectives of the Chilean investigators are before going down there and how those attitudes change over time. And then I also, as part of the Mellon Fellowship Program, plan to go down and conduct a printmaking workshop with an artist in order to create a space where people who live down there can feel invited to this field station, invited to the forest, where they don't often get to come hang out. It's kind of separate from daily life, it seems, down there, and give folks a place to creatively explore what their relationship to the environment is. So thank you to the Tinker Foundation and the Stone Center for funding this project, and everyone for listening.
Swimmer? Yeah. Thank you, Leah, and thank you, Jimmy, and everyone for being here today. My name is Tara Yanez, and I'm a 3rd-year PhD student in Latin American Studies here at the Stone Center. And the title of my summer project that I came up with is Participatory Action Research. Aguablanca women share attitudes on security, access to justice, violence, and social mobilization in the periphery of Cali, Colombia. So I traveled to Cali this summer to establish partnerships with local organizations and academic institutions who have interest in violence and peace and reconciliation efforts. I primarily wanted to see if my research plans for my dissertation were viable and in alignment with my partner organization's goals and visions. And I also led a workshop series with women of Fundación Paz y Bien to gather preliminary data for my dissertation. Fundación Paz y Bien is a grassroots organization that utilizes effective restorative justice practices to repair the broken social fabric of the Aguablanca district, which has been affected by ongoing violence in the country. They work with community members to restore relationships amongst youth and families through intervention and psychosocial support that promotes social justice, political empowerment, gender equity, and citizen participation. The foundation has a long-standing, well-respected presence in the community of Aguablanca of over 30 years. I'm also working in partnership with the Institute of Intercultural Studies with La Javeriana University in Cali. This interdisciplinary academic community has a vision to use applied research methods to support social movements that promote conflict reconciliation, construction of peace, and the construction of historical memory from various actors affected by ongoing violence in Colombia. While the group is mostly focused on promoting rural development efforts, I'm in conversations with the directors to lead the Ciudad y Paz program, just to focus on urban efforts. La Fundación Paz y Bien has a long history of working in partnership with La Javeriana University, so this collaboration feels really natural to establish. And I started working with both institutions when I was a Fulbright scholar back in 2015. I also took a bunch of other meetings with other grassroots organizations such as Fundación de Menos y Más y Animate 21, who have a presence in the periphery of Cali, in order to start forming coalitions with active members of civil society who support vulnerable communities in Cali. I went to Cali this summer with funding from both the Tinker Grant, the Stone Center, and through funding provided by the Mellon Graduate Program and Community Engaged Scholarship. In the following slides, I will be showing pictures of my collaborators in research, and I've received both verbal and written consent to use such pictures, but their names and personal information will not be shared because they do come from, vulnerable areas of the city. So just to give you some context of the Aguablanca district, so this is about 1 million people living in this district on the east side of Cali. The majority of the population in Aguablanca is Afro-Colombian, and they're displaced from political violence along the Pacific coast of Colombia. Displacement has occurred in waves since the 1990s. 70% of the internally displaced persons living in this area are women and children, and 49% of the women are single heads of households. The area is occupied by informal housing settlements along with free or government subsidized housing units, which is a part of the reparation efforts in the 2016 Peace Accords. The area has a very vibrant and strong civil society. Local NGOs and religious groups provide networks of security for the area's residents. Community members engage in social activities that uplift their ancestral practices from the Pacific coast, which includes growing their own food, cooking traditional dishes, enjoying live music and dance. Many residents play the marimba. I've attended a lot of knitting and weaving circles, and they have a lot of really strong connections with their ancestral practices. Despite all this, however, this area experiences the highest homicide rates in the city and is home to various types of armed actors. Thousands of ex-combatants from the ELN and the FARC were relocated to Aguablanca by the Colombian Agency for Reintegration after the 2016 Peace Accord. The area is also home to urban militias, ex-paramilitaries, and most recently, criminal drug trafficking groups who occupy certain areas and employ local youth to outsource their violence. The police have identified at least 53 different youth gangs in the area. And in the summer protests of 2021, many formations of the Primera Línea, or the first line, started in this area. Of the 51 homicides that occurred at the hand of state security forces in the 2021 summer protests, 39 of them occurred in Cali, and 12 of these individuals were of Afro descent. Eduardo Moncala's work has shown that these racialized police practices is nothing new in the city because of the enhanced crime tracking technologies that started in the 1990s and efforts to democratize the police. These practices actually reinforced racial fault lines in the city, and it led to high rates of criminalization and oppression of Black bodies in the district. So while I've participated in Amphibian's programs for several years, this is the first time for me to really design, create, and lead a series of workshops. And I worked in partnership with the leaders of the organization to design these workshops. And I was inspired by the methodologies and toolkits from the books on the screen. And I had the hopes to capture the stories, opinions, perspectives of the women's advocacy group of Amphibian. The intention of the project is to reinforce the foundation's institutional memory and to support spaces of direct citizen political advocacy. So with the help from the leaders of Fundación Amphibian, and my research assistant or collaborator is probably a better word. And she's my friend, Francia. She's a trained psychologist. We invited 25 women to participate, and these women ranged from ages of 18 to 82. So we created this space where there was a beautiful intergenerational exchange of knowledge. And the women genuinely seemed to like being around one another and were eager to share their experiences. So I was trying to stay mindful of COVID social distancing precautions. So we divided the group of 25 women into smaller groups of 4 participants, and they attended the workshop in rounds. I gave each group a social mapping activity to work on as a group, while I was just taking notes, listening, and asking follow-up questions. On the first day, the women created a web of different types of social actors that existed in the neighborhood. On the second day, we created a timeline of the formation of their neighborhoods and how it coincided with their personal experiences. On the third day, we created a graphic where they talked about the differences between hostile and helpful actors. On the fourth day, we reflected on the previous day's activities and envisioned the future of their neighborhoods and possible solutions to obstacles that they were facing. While I never directly asked them about violence, conflict, or justice, their answers just naturally approached such topics. That's great. On the fifth day, we had a pretty special ceremony, which was proposed by Francia. We created a mandala, a design of flowers, seeds, scars, and candles on the floor, which is a practice commonly employed by Amphibian in healing circles. And we also brought in an exercise from this collective narrative therapy approach. So each woman brought in an object with them to the ceremony that's symbolized how they were able to overcome difficult times in their lives. The intention was to give gratitude to past survival mechanisms and talk about how we could use such strategies that they already possess to promote security and safety for the future. While I was well aware that I had no training in such therapeutic practices, I gave the reins fully to Francia, who's a trained psychologist. And yeah, it was really beautiful. The women brought in pictures of their families and children. They brought herbs from their garden. They brought in journals and art pieces to speak on their creative practices. We shared a lot of tears together. We shared laughter. We offered support to one another. And a lot of the women ended up bringing their own instruments to the ceremony, and we shared songs and danced together at the end, which is really great. And just to very briefly talk about my guiding themes, I only have a minute. So I learned about the destabilizing presence of criminal groups on community cohesion. So they talked about, these actors that are taking place in their neighborhoods, and they're not happy about it. And they talked about high levels of discrimination and inequality in the city. And talked a lot about the strained relationship with state actors and showed evidence of corruption and uneven application of the law. So really negative feelings toward the police in general. And I'm also really interested in looking into how networks of women and the power of motherhood can actually be a valid form of security. A lot of these women are serving as arbiters of justice, and they're leaders in reconciliation efforts. And I think that such efforts need to have more validation and more recognition. And I'm hoping to move to Columbia in August this year. And this is kind of a basic timeline that I have with my research partners, where the action of the participatory action research part will be organizing our claims together and actually going to the citizen participation forums at the mayor's office to present such claims. So I really want to see the interaction between Aguablanca members and state actors. That's all I got. Am I good?
Yeah. Elena, you're up.
Sure.
Go ahead and share your screen when you're ready.
Sorry, I have a cold, so I do look kind of funny right now. I'm all bundled up. So what are y'all seeing right now? Just my my presentation?
Yeah.
You don't see my notes, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. So this is very much in progress, and I'm looking forward to feedback, and hopefully I can front load a little bit so that we have time at least for, you know, to put your input in the comment section. Okay, so in very general terms, my project is about how people reconstitute, interpret space, and dwell on Vieques, which is an island off the coast of Puerto Rico's easternmost tip. It's about 20 miles long by 4 miles roughly wide. My proposition is that, you know, this idea of coloniality, this like hierarchical classification of people in terms of race and culture, as Escobar puts it, it very much plays out in tangible ways in land struggles. So in other words, I'm looking at the politics of dwelling on Isla Vieques, and when I say dwelling, of course I'm referring to like Heideggerian notions of dwelling, but I don't exactly want to get into that right now. But I will try to discuss this idea of like what it means to map another world, and to do that in part, I have to explain how it is conventionally mapped or mapped by empire. So do you see the next slide with the blue kind of, okay. So this map is really interesting to me. This probably was created and disseminated after the United States Navy exited Vieques. They used the island for about 60 years for bombing practice, and bombed extensively on the easternmost flank that you're seeing right now. So as it is, without knowing anything about the history of Vieques, you can kind of already see this funky distribution of like, why is there only kind of people have only built or are concentrated kind of sandwiched between these two wild areas? Well, that's not accidental, right? So people were barred off from the easternmost flank and the westernmost flank of Vieques. Sorry, I heard a strange noise. Is everything okay?
yeah, just someone joined in and yeah, they're okay.
Okay. Right, so civilian space is in the middle, which is a result of a few expropriation events, which I also won't get too into the weeds in that respect. But I just want to like reframe this map in some way because I love thinking. I just love thinking in layers. Like the same trade winds that brought Christopher Columbus beelining from the Canary Islands to the West Indies in 1492. Those are the same winds that carry all of the toxic debris from Vieques' eastern. Oh, I hear an echo. It's quite strong. Okay, we're all set. From the eastern tip of Vieques and kind of just imbues the entire civilian population with all sorts of toxic residues, such as, you know, remnants of depleted uranium, napalm, Agent Orange, TNT, RDX. This is just off the top of my head. I mean, and of course, all of those get into the waterways and food chain. So right, so like in these zones that say like conservation zone class 2, conservation zone class 1, I think it's really interesting that lying just beneath the surface are these literal bombs, literal remnants of coloniality in some way. So one of the scholars that I'm working with is Anne Stoller. I don't know if any of you know, are familiar with her work. For me, it's been in the last year that I've been able to kind of dig in. And I like this way of framing, like the imperial debris remains active in post-colonial landscapes, saturating the subsoil of people's lives. And what do I guess, like, how am I interpreting that? So the craters that you see here, this is pictures of the easternmost area of Vieques. The craters and the kind of remnants of bombs, like literal debris, are the most obvious traces of this kind of like colonial violence, I would say. I mean, that in and of itself is an argument. But of course, my proposition is, in following Stoller's work, is that violence runs a lot deeper. And I guess like my ticker, or like what I'm particularly attentive to, is how the entire distribution of land changes with the occupation of the US Navy starting in 1941. But then also immediately following their exit in 2003. And that, of course, it affects inevitably land praxis, how people interact with the terrain. And in some ways, I'm even more emphasizing the ways in which people dwell in ways that, for example, the US Navy wouldn't authorize, if that makes sense. So I'll kind of get into that later. But so I've been using this kind of analytic and like real category of cimarrón, cimarronaje, cimarrona. And it seems to be useful for me analytically because it gets at this particular way of dwelling and interacting in space. And specifically like that of the run. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't actually define what cimarrón means. In other contexts, it would be like a maroon or mahunaj, this kind of like runaway slave sensibility in the whole kind of praxis. But right, so it's like, for me, it creates a new means of seeing and being irrespective of bondage, which I think is really important. And it's always at odds, like by definition, with the sociopolitical and economic order. And of course, that kind of changes, like what that looks like changes over space and time. But I guess that's, in some ways, that's my argument, is that this category is trackable, and it continues to kind of interpolate order and colonial logics and plantation logics. One particularly, I think, symbolic and like for me magical part of all of this entire story is that folks work with cimarrona bees. They call them cimarrona bees, and they engage in this practice. They have even workshops that are called, taller de apicultura cimarrona, like maroon beekeeping, which is really lovely. And it's because in part bees started Africanizing in Puerto Rico in 1994. And by 2003, there's already a separate, and scientists come specifically to Puerto Rico and Vieques to study the bee because it's basically a subspecies a hybrid between the European bee and the Africanized bee. This wasn't even, I wasn't planning this to be a part of my presentation, but I'm sorry to get maybe too in the weeds, but it's interesting to me how folks kind of appropriate that, and I mean in a positive sense, and are riffing off of it symbolically, and also self-identify as cimarron beekeepers, and kind of engage in a whole new kind of praxis based on the particular behavior of the Africanized bee, which, if you know anything about Africanized bee hybrids, they tend to swarm a lot, and so that means that they'll distribute throughout, in this case, the entirety of Vieques, irrespective of the borders that the US Navy, now Department of Interior, has established, if that makes any sense. So one of my interlocutors says, you know, he's not doing this work, this beekeeping work, because he wants to sell honey. He's not in a rush to do any of that, because this isn't an extraction project. This is a project for the, what he says, la investigación del futuro, the investigation for the future, which I absolutely love. I mean, and it opens up this entire conversation of like Black futurisms and imagining different, more viable, more pleasurable futures in some way, and being able to procure abundance in times of peril, in times of scarcity. Right, so like, this is for me, I know I'm running out of time here, but landlessness, the way that folks, especially agrarian folks, are referred to in a lot of the literature on Vieques is this as this like landless peasant class, and that like today modern Viequenses are descendants of landless people and are thus like also have been disenfranchised and landless. And like while that is true, I do think that this idea of landlessness and like the colonized is sometimes can deny agency to those very same people. And so I kind of propose like a different, maybe like a different kind of ontological handling of what public and private means on Vieques. And then I kind of get into this whole like new world creation. This is very much like me invoking Escobar and like this guy, like this new world proposition that doesn't operate under certain logics of the colonial project, like monocropping, capitalism, development, etc. You know, I think I about hit some of these, but if you would just allow me to like a quick summary, basically through ethnography, I'm arguing that it's through these land-based practices like beekeeping, for example, that Viequenses are able to transgress the normative boundaries between civilian and non-civilian space. And of course, like civilian is like, for me, very much always in scare quotes, and model strategies for life and abundance on a hotter, drier, and patchier planet. The beekeeping stories prepare the ground for the proposition that the kind of multi-species assemblages that certain scholars propose are regionally and contextually transposable, and indeed form a network of radical interdependences, which is something that Escobar talks about. Reading against the grain of the colonial archive, Vieques was the pirate's nest and the cimarron's hideout. It has never not been a laboratory for world making. Vieques' modern beekeeping movement is one such world making practice that models resiliency through transformative encounter. And that's all I have for today. I know that maybe it was a little rushed and it covered a lot, but I'm really looking forward to your feedback. I think that for me is the most important part of this kind of exercise is, yeah, just seeing if any of this resonates for people and if it makes any sense. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena. That was a beautiful presentation, and we are going to move on to Alex Lopez. So Alex, feel free to share your screen and begin your presentation when you're ready.
All right, thanks. Also, I'm having some audio issues. I couldn't hear anything when I joined. Are y'all able to hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Alex Lopez, and I'm going to talk to you about the project that I did this past summer and what I found. So the project that I did was making a map of what I call the colonial and decolonial public art in Viejo San Juan, Puerto Rico, which I'm going to refer to as VSJ. So just a little bit about what today's going to look like, my presentation. I'll give you a brief overview of the project and then talk more about the data that I collected and what I found, and then next steps. So the purpose of this project was to investigate public art expressing colonial and decolonial themes in VSJ. Puerto Rico, you know, like many other nations, has had a long history with settler colonialism, which is all about, you know, forming permanent settlements in areas that, yeah, are stolen. So just that process alone, you know, lets me know that there's going to be a material or physical impact from the invading group on an area that's been colonized. And also, you know, wherever colonization has existed, resistance has also existed. So I expected, you know, to see some evidence of that in the built environment in VSJ, in the public art specifically. And I was really, yeah, when I was developing this project, I was really interested in seeing what I could find related to that tension between, you know, colonization and resistance in public art. So when I say public, that just means anything that's visible from the street or outside that you don't have to pay to be in. So, you know, I included things like monuments that were in town or the like city plaza, but I didn't include lawn sculptures that I could see from the street, but that were behind the fence of a museum that you had to pay to be in. And I think you probably know what I mean when I say colonial, colonial themes. That's for me in this project, anything related to the US's occupation and colonization of Puerto Rico, and, you know, anything related to the efforts on behalf of the US to maintain control over Puerto Rico. Excuse me. And then when I say decolonial, that includes anything that just, yeah, represents resistance to that force. So anything representing ideologies, social movements, activism, identity, struggle, versions of history that decenter the US and actively center or uplift Puerto Rican and Taino experiences. So these are the guiding questions that I used in this project. So here we are in Puerto Rico, situated in between the Dominican Republic and the Virgin Islands. And I was interested in studying Puerto Rico as a case study for, you know, that tension that I was talking about that I expected to find, because it's still an actively contested colonial site. And also, you know, I have friends and family from there. So it was a dual purpose. So the San Juan metro area is the larger red circle, and then Viejo San Juan in particular is the smaller red circle, just to kind of orient you to where I was in Puerto Rico. So here's Old San Juan, you know, the classic like grid style city layout. That's very, you know, a trademark of colonial architecture. And this black circle is an area called La Perla, which is not technically incorporated into VSJ, but that I included because, as you can see, you know, it's right there, and there's a lot of cross traffic in between the areas. So I figured that I should at least look for art there. So what I did was basically pretty straightforward. I just walked around that entire area in VSJ and then took photographs of all sides of public art that I found that was relevant, as well as panoramas all around the art, in order to not only capture the attributes of the public art pieces, but to get a sense of the relationship that they had with other forms of art or other buildings, other sort of formations or aspects of the environment that they were near. I haven't gotten too deep into that analysis yet, but I wanted to be as, comprehensive as I could while I was there. So I was just like, yeah, this might matter. Just seeing the potential for the kind of conversation that public art can have with each other and sort of where it's located. So I also documented the coordinates of each piece, which I'll show you like an example of how I did that. But that is in order to basically plot all of the public art pieces that I found on a map, where I will add the attributes and hopefully some photos to it. And then, I'll talk more about what I want to do with that later. But yeah, so then after the map, my goal is to analyze the ratio of colonial and decolonial art, and to just get a sense of if there's any clustering of, colonial art in a certain area or around certain types of buildings, or decolonial art in, some other clustering pattern. So I broke my data into 3 possible categories of public art. There's one that I call art, which is kind of the catch-all sort of label, which is, murals, graffiti, mosaics, stickers, posters, things like that, sort of otherwise undefinable or uncategorizable pieces. Whereas monuments, which was also a category, is a bit more clear. That's, statues, sculptures, busts, things like that. And then the other category that I called signs, which was historical markers and plaques. So these are the attributes that I collected from each public art piece. So, what material was it made out of? Like, how much does it appear to cost? How durable does it seem? Where is it in the city? How are people engaging with it? Who's depicted? From whose point of view is maybe an event that's being depicted? From whose point of view is that kind of story told? And then also just what's the overall impression or, attitude or emotionality of a public art piece? So here's just an example of something that falls into the art category of data. So this is a mosaic that I found on the sidewalk, which is one of almost 80 mosaics that represent the crest of each of the municipalities in Puerto Rico. Here's an example of a monument. It's a statue and really, just a whole monument of Abraham Lincoln outside of a school. And here's an example of what I considered a historical plaque or a sign. This isn't the full panorama, but it wouldn't really fit on the screen. So I had to truncate it a bit just so you could see an example of what the panorama looked like. And then here is how I gathered my coordinates. So that's just a screenshot on my phone using Google Maps. And here's some more art that I found. This, it was really, this starts getting into the differences in the types of narratives communicated by different art pieces. So here we see, Estado Libre Asociado, which is technically what Puerto Rico's status is. Commonwealth is another name for it, but free associated state is technically what it's called. And that's, so something that I kind of noticed was, since that's the official name, on the books and the legal documents, it doesn't surprise me that, because it's coming from, the official point of view, that it looks very the impression is that it's official. You know, it was this big bronze sign that I found next to a port where there, you know, were Puerto Rican and US flags, you know, flying side by side. So it just, yeah, thinking about that in relation to something like this, where this was a mosaic next to the Senate or the House of Representatives, I can't remember, but it says, people who remember their history forge a better path for their future. And it basically shows the development of Puerto Rico, you know, development kind of in quotes there, of Puerto Rico after the US arrived. And that's just such a sanitized version of that history where it seems like, yes, the US showed up and everything got better. But there is such an immense history of violence and resistance there that is just completely glossed over. And that's, yeah, I mean, that's like the power of the official narrative, is to paint a really violent force like US colonialism as something more neutral. And yeah, I see that I'm running out of time. Here's just more examples of the types of art that I found. There were statues of all of the US presidents who have visited the island, which means that there are plans for Trump's statue to come, but each of these statues costs about $45,000. So right now the Puerto Rican government can't really come up with that right now. They've got, you know, those debt obligations to pay off, but there's a Republican organization in Puerto Rico that has started a GoFundMe for Trump's statue, which I learned. And so here we see like good examples of kind of the decolonial art, where we've got, you know, the black and white Puerto Rican flag and just critiques of government, the governors, and you know, commentary against the police force that is notoriously violent. But then, you know, the city comes and covers that up. So just seeing like the durability of like the official narrative, the colonial narrative, and how that exists in, you know, the official space of the area around the Puerto Rican Capitol building. Whereas, you know, something like this, where the flag is painted in black and white, you know, to symbolize kind of Puerto Rico's distancing from the US, as well as, you know, mourning. That's painted on the door of an abandoned building. It's, I think that really represents some of my main findings, is that decolonial art tended to exist in kind of more informal space, like an abandoned building, versus what I called kind of the official space of, you know, a government building. The decolonial art tended to be much cheaper to produce versus, you know, a massive bronze statue that costs $45,000. It's sort of like people kind of doing what they can to just get certain messaging out there however they can. So it's often printed on like stickers or posters, things like that, or painted. Yeah, so next steps, I mean, I could go on and on about this clearly. The next steps, I want to just finish the map that I'm making and turn it into a digital story map and somehow create a dissertation from that, because it just feels like there's so much potential there that could happen. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. This isn't working, but we're gonna go to Ruben, and then we'll go to Rosie, and yeah, we're running up short on time here, so
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. I am Ruben Morales Forte. I'm a second year PhD student in the anthropology department. And my presentation today is the International Curriculum, Didactical Gamification, a Progress Report. So for okay, perfect. Thank you. So for background, this is like this project began in my undergraduate research and on my master's thesis here in the Latin American Studies program. So basically the bases are that there has been an intentional exclusion of pre-Columbian content in the national curriculum in Guatemala. And there is a large gap between Ladinos, which is basically non-indigenous people, and indigenous people in many aspects of society, right? Like economical, cultural, geographical, etc., etc. And part of that is that there is limited access to reliable data about Asian Maya. So to alleviate that, we started this online project that was meant to put out there and make easy for people to access about information about Maya hieroglyphic writing and Asian Maya history. Now we have drawings and labels for people to learn what these monuments say. And we try to see how effective they were. So this was what I did for my master's here in the Latin American Studies program. And we found that using this platform in a series of workshops with a specific group of students, their perceptions about both Asian and modern Maya improved as they were more exposed to these things. So, okay, now we know that the lack of information in the national curriculum actually has an impact, right? Going forward with that, and well, the first group was an outlier. I don't need to get into that right now, but basically these are 4 groups who didn't have any workshops. The first one, the B had 1 workshop, C 2 workshops, and D 3 workshops. So the original plan was to, there's more things in progress. The original plan was to rerun these in the summer of 2020, because this was a very small scale. We had like 45 participants with just 4 local schools in Dolores Petén. And the plan was to run these in Guatemala City with more schools and specifically with teachers. Because like if we socialize this information with teachers, then they can bring it to the classroom. Unfortunately, COVID hit, and from there on, so this wasn't possible. And to trying to bring this information out in different ways, we started with this idea of gamification, which is basically socialize this information through games in forms of board games. And to do that, we were working with the Technological Transfer Office from Universidad del Valle de Guatemala, which is my partner in this project. And we identify like the advantages that we have and how can we socialize these and create these games. Okay, so these were my expectations starting, we developed these like in the summer and fall of 2020, all the planning with the Technological Transfer Office. And then for 2021, these were the expectations. We were going to design the games, create a legal personality, because like this is an expensive endeavor. So the idea is to sell these games to private schools and private parties, and with that revenue also cover costs for bringing games to public schools, NGOs, and rural areas. Produce these games, put them in the market, distribute games in schools, analyze their effectiveness. Surprise, projects are considerably harder than one imagined at first. So we ended up designing the games, creating the legal personality that was a huge mess, and doing prototypes. So we're halfway there now, and that's why this is just called a progress report. So first of all, over the summer, we took several glyph catalogs from different resources, from conferences and workshops that we have worked before, and we redraw all the glyphs because they have copyright problems. So these are drawings from the project, and part of this was sponsored by the Mellon Foundation here at Tulane. And then I was working from Louisiana, and these are my 2 partners, Francisco and Tomás from Universidad del Valle de Guatemala, and we started talking with the design program in the university. You know, like we really found ourselves capped in the designing of games, right? So we thought bring in an expert voice in these, and we started working with the design program in the university, which led to this collaborative design, which was an amazing experience. I had never been part of such a different endeavor, you know, like working with people who work in a completely different area from me. And these are students from product design from Del Valle. And over the last semester, over the fall, we had bi-weekly meetings with them. So how this worked was we would give them like a digested version of information about ancient Maya, working heavily, on glyphs, on Maya writing, and also including Maya culture and Maya history. And they would use this information and turn them into games. So we did this every 2 weeks. So it was like a very nice progressive thing in which we had constant feedback with them. And, you know, like we would like to include these, so we would go and get information for them. We see this and like, hey, you didn't do that right. Don't rely on internet images for these, ask the images from us. And the results were actually astonishing for me. Where these were actually freshmen. It's in their second semester. And to be very honest, I didn't have a lot of expectations on how this was going to happen. I just thought, okay, we can try because these people work on design and we don't. But the results were amazing. And so we have a chess board, and this game so goes into looking ancient Maya social stratification, and it has different actors in the social pyramid of ancient Maya, and it also goes into talking about important sites, important cities, important states that had waged war against each other. So you can role play in chess, be in different states and have information about different cities. The dominoes are based on Maya numerals, which it's very interesting because you usually find these games with dots and bar system, but there is also head variants of the numbers. So we included those, and basically it teaches people the both the head variant and the bar and dot variant. And it also has questions, so they included more rules so that it's not just a regular domino, and you have to answer questions. The designs are based on the Maya calendar. The ones in the box are their year bearers. So we included a lot of imagery and cosmology and history into each of these games. Then we have Loteria, which I guess but bingo would be the best translation. I'm not sure if that's right. But basically you have these cards, right? And you call these logograms. We have animals, colors, cultural traits, and you have their name in Maya, their name in Spanish, and the backside of the card has information about the symbols and their significance for Maya culture. And we also had a memory matching game, which has 3 different topics. So it has animals, it has nature elements like fire, rock, sun, etc., and the colors. So again, this is reinforcing significance in Maya culture, and it gives an understanding of how many Maya people see the world, right? And socializing this information, we expect for people to understand better Maya culture and have a positive impact. Yeah, so this is the memory matching game. So here's where we are right now with these prototypes. We just got clear last week. We had a couple of legal issues, like how to protect intellectual property and recognize the students' participation. We had to bring up a team of lawyers, and that really helped the progress for a month and a half or so. But now we're ready to start producing games, which will likely be just 2 of them right now, just for cost issues and distributing in schools. And we have a pilot project on assessing their impact on changing perception. So it's probably gonna be something similar to what I did for my master's, but instead of measuring after having workshops, would be after a certain amount of time of playing with these games. Yeah, so that's where we are right now, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Ruben. All right, now we have Rosie. Rosie, you've got 10 minutes.
All right, I will try to go pretty quickly. Okay. All right, you see that? Okay, great. All right, so my project is I've just kind of entitled it pretty simply. So for this project, I basically did a literature review for what is becoming my master's thesis, which I'm currently writing. So kind of just to tell a little bit about what I'm going to talk about today. First, I'll go over what I proposed. Then I will talk about kind of how the project evolved as I actually went about doing it. And then I will kind of cut this down because I know we're short on time, but I'll talk about a few of my key findings and some kind of concepts that I'm definitely going to be using in my thesis. And then finally, just talking a little bit about a reflection of learning how to do a literature review and kind of my final thoughts on the process. So what I proposed to do was essentially to conduct an exploratory literature review for either one chapter or the introduction of my master's thesis project, which at the time was entitled Perceptions and Treatment of Nature in Modern Caribbean Tourism. So I said I was going to review about 45 to 60 articles and I did say from the past 20 years. So that's what I proposed. What it ended up turning into was actually way less structured than I imagined, but really valuable and actually kind of changed the course of my master's thesis. So I ended up looking at 45 articles and actually some book chapters as well, and some full books. So the sources I used kind of changed. And also it ended up, oh, there was an echo. So, and also it ended up turning into really more of a review for me of the field of tourism studies, which is extremely interdisciplinary. I was reading all kinds of articles from a variety of journals in all of these different fields and others. So really just a huge learning experience for me as well, getting introduced to this whole kind of world of scholarship. I also got more information than I thought I would about the history of Cuban tourism specifically, and that helped me kind of orient my master's thesis towards just focusing on Cuba. I think for a master's thesis, it makes it more manageable. So this process was really, really helpful. And this literature review really directly helped me write my prospectus and is currently helping me write my thesis itself. So just I'm just going to go quickly over a few kind of the main theoretical concepts that I read about and explored in this literature review. So first is this idea of a tripartite conception of power applied to tourism. This is, I think, my main framework for my thesis. My thesis is kind of tentatively entitled something like Power in Tourism or Power in 20th Century Cuban Tourism Policy or something like that. But this concept is basically sees tourism as an interplay between locals, tourists, and brokers. And so for brokers, it's pretty straightforward. It's all the people who are involved kind of financially in the tourism system. So tour guides, owners of hotels, even tour guide, like tour book writers, that kind of thing. And then tourists themselves, that's also pretty straightforward. So they could be domestic or international, or even from the same community that the tourism is taking place. But then the concept of locals, this one is really where there's some interesting, I'm kind of trying to still think through this as well. But basically, anybody who's a local is somebody who is not involved in as being a tourist or in the tourism business as a tour guide or some other kind of broker or stakeholder. So this is where it gets interesting, because the idea of locality and being local to a place is somehow different than being native to a place, or is it? And so kind of thinking about that tension, considering people who are native to a place and how they might view tourism and interact with that, as opposed to new residents who may have started out as tourists that decided to move to a place after being tourists there. Often also locals are kind of one of the attractions. Sounds kind of gross to say it in that way. But a lot of people go to different places to view locals in and kind of their day-to-day life. So there's this very interesting and kind of troubling way that this kind of tripartite conception of power, how locals fit into that. So just exploring those things is one of my central kind of focuses for the thesis. So then the second kind of concept that I read a lot about, particularly within the field of kind of economics or marketing, those kind of more business-oriented fields, was this idea that traditionally tourism has been there's been a growth-based focus. Obviously, tourism is typically a capitalist enterprise. I did read a lot about different kind of alternative tourisms that were trying to get outside of that kind of paradigm, but with this primary model where it's a capitalist based, unchecked growth in tourism is having all of these awful effects on the environment, on economic inequality, on it perpetuating imperialism and kind of colonialism. And so this is also important because there are certain groups that are trying to break out of this model, particularly in Cuba. Really, since the Cuban Revolution, that was one of the main aims of the tourism industry, was to break out of these capitalist or colonial kind of mindsets. But it's still very relevant in tourism studies today. Certainly, how to grow, how to attract more tourists, how to be the most efficient in doing so. And this graphic I thought was interesting. I just typed in growth to Google, and that was the first thing that came up. So this idea that growth is seen as this like money-based or economic based thing, rather than trying to improve the well-being of the community through tourism or anything like that. And then finally, since I'm really running out of time, something that I looked at was the idea of the Anthropocene, which is essentially this geological era that we are in right now, where human activity is the most significant driver of environmental change, and the idea of disaster tourism. So first, with Anthropocene tourism, I read a couple articles that basically imagine a type of tourism where people are going to sites that basically climate change has destroyed or has significantly impacted in some way. So for example, people going to the ice caps to see them before they melt. This idea of Anthropocene tourism imagines people going to the sites where the ice caps are gone and have already melted. So this kind of absence as a site to do tourism. And then disaster tourism, hopefully, most people are probably familiar with that. If you've lived in New Orleans at all, you probably are familiar with the disaster tours that happened after Katrina. Both of these pictures down here at the bottom are from that kind of era where people from the outside would come in. and basically engage in tours of the homes and the places that were destroyed by the hurricane. And this is kind of adjacent to poverty tourism, because often when those places that have had some kind of natural or man-made disaster, there is an element of, the poorest communities are hit the hardest, and it takes the longest for them to recover. So just in general, to kind of wrap up, through this process, I learned how to do a literature review and kind of what to expect out of it. I didn't know that it was going to be more of a web-like process. I thought, okay, I could just identify the top journals and kind of go through them systematically. But ultimately, I am really happy with the results. I'm really happy with what I learned. And I just thank the Stone Center for funding me to do this project. So, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Rosie. You couldn't hear us clapping, but we were clapping. We have scheduled until 11:20 for this panel, but I don't mind if we go 5 minutes over to have a full 10 minutes for questions, if there's enough questions. So yeah, feel free to just unmute yourself and ask away, since we're only a couple of us.
I would like to start with a question for everybody on the panel. I asked this in the previous session, and I want to ask it to this session, is how has the experience of doing research in a pandemic affected your approach to the conduct of field research? Did you have to change your orientation, your understanding of research? How did you navigate the process? And any tips you might have for future scholars who may have to deal with a similar kind of reality in their own research?
I can start. It was definitely a huge obstacle for me, especially working with people in vulnerable communities. So I think just checking in with the leaders of the group first off, and is asking how they normally conduct their programming was really helpful for me, and kind of lowered my anxiety, because I didn't want to put anyone into any dangerous situations. And yeah, just making sure beforehand that people have access to masks and we have enough space where we can socially distance. I think it's all good things to keep in mind before you get started.
Thank you.
For me, it was I couldn't participate physically in the project as we have anticipated. So I think something very important is to have a team, right? Team of people, and find good research partners that you can trust on. And if you have a community you're working with, that's your partner, right? But if you have a broader area, or even if you have a community, have another academic partner that can be with feet on the ground, I think it's really, really helpful and really useful. Especially now, moving away from individual research, but more collaborative research. I think it's very important. And yeah, this project would have fallen apart if it wasn't for that. So
Maybe just one person on the Zoom can respond to that question.
I don't know if my answer is really helpful, because I wasn't working with people and I was working outside. So, I mean, I guess the advice could be, are there sort of spatial components that could be added to a project where, or archival components? I think that's something that I think the delay in me being actually able to do my project really gave me was time to dive into more kind of historical background about certain pieces or about the area. But yeah, I guess try and be outside.
Yeah, and that's why I just kind of stayed a little quiet, because the thing about working with farmers and beekeepers is that, right, a lot of our interviews were outdoors, and sometimes I work side by side with them, and yeah, tried to stay safe always. I guess the only kind of hiccups that I ran into was actually getting on and off the island, which is a problem before the pandemic even, but it was just exacerbated, of course. Yeah, I won't get into the politics of transportation to the island municipalities, but it's terrible to begin with. And yeah, I luckily have an in with the folks at the sorry, I'm forgetting, the ferry administration. So I was able to pull some strings to kind of like, anyway, yeah, but it was incredibly stressful, just and especially when, kind of aside from the project, I wanted some of my collaborators on Biogeographic, or they wanted to see my farm, which is in the central mountainous region. And they did have a situation where someone had to kind of like rush off because Vegas decided to change their policy on, basically you could only enter the island, you could exit the island without problem, but you could only enter the island with a valid, up-to-date vaccination card and everything. And so some of these farmer folks just don't operate like this whole like cimarroneria idea also, I think, like they don't tend to operate within the usual kind of like health systems and very like bureaucratic systems to begin with. And so anyway, yeah, it can get complex, but I don't have any useful advice. I'm sorry. This is just like a venting, I guess.
Great, we have time for one more question.
Yeah, it's a question for Alex. Have you thought about, or have you done it, like comparing the Spanish colonialism and the American colonialism in the island?
So that wasn't a part of this project, just because I found hundreds of relevant pieces just related to the US's relationship with Puerto Rico or Puerto Rican identity. And so I think it was really just resource constraints that, made me not collect that data. But I mean, yeah, it's so relevant, like the US colonization of Puerto Rico is the second wave of colonization in the island. So it's definitely on my mind to do that down the road. That's definitely something that I'm interested in, kind of. Yeah, because it's like so many aspects of Puerto Rican identity that we think of today were informed by the Spanish colonization. And so it's kind of like the remnants of that, or the influence of that the Spanish colonization had on Puerto Rican, life, is now in conversation with the US colonization. So I think that there's a lot there to look at. But 6 weeks, one person, here we are.
Thank you.
Great, well, thank you so much to all the presenters and for the questions that we had. I know there's a lot to talk about on this panel. I see everyone has many questions written down, so feel free to email people or reach out through me to connect with people about your questions. So the next panel is going to start at 11:30. So we have about 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
I want to thank you all for being here today and for making your presentations. My name is Jimmy Huck. I'm the Assistant Director and the Graduate Advisor. Now you can see me. This is me here. And I'm here at the Stone Center. And I want to acknowledge Liat Perlin's contribution to this. She's the one who really did all the heavy lifting and pulled this together. So thank you, Liat, for organizing this. And I look forward to hearing your presentations. And I'll turn it over to Leah and we can go ahead and get started.
Great, thank you, Jimmy. Welcome everybody to panel 3 of today's symposium. The presentations on this panel are centered around identity and culture. Those who are presenting virtually, you can just share your screen when it's your turn. And you can write down your questions and save time. We'll have time at the end for a Q&A session. So you can write down your questions and remember them. So without further ado, we'll get started with Camilo.
And I do want to say, please try and stay within your allotted 10-minute time frame because we don't want to run short on time for the Q&A session. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm Camilo. I'm from the Department Spanish and Portuguese. And this research is part of a work whose final purpose is to link cultural studies and literary theory to Asian studies. That, well, something hard to do, but this is like the general frame, in order to understand the narratives around a specific group, in this case, elderly people. So I work on some representations of older authors and aging in the Yucatan Mayan culture, focusing on digital libraries because my research was here in New Orleans because it was a COVID Plan B assistantship. So we have to say, first of all, that the problem of historiography is a complex point. As Johansson says, one of the historian's first challenges will be to discern in a text that might have been contaminated by the Spanish compilers. So in that sense, like works like authors like Paul Schelas are crucial to better understand pre-Hispanic culture. In 1904, he made an alphabetical classification of the gods that appeared in the Mayan books, the famous codex, Dresden, Madrid, and Paris codex. They contain a series of pictorial representation of gods. Among them, there are some of the most notorious, perhaps, representation of other people. For example, one is the god O, which is this. It is a goddess with the characteristic of an old woman. The fact that she only has one foot stands out as a sign of old age, which is the invariable characteristic of older men in these manuscripts. She is also distinguished by the wrinkles of age, wrinkles of age around her eye, as you can see. For his part, Thompson works on the figure of the Mayan Becabez. These theories contribute to continuous debates due to their duplicity of young and oldest aspects. Scholars began focusing on the birth, the few feet, and noticed how these elders were related to the sun, the day, the fire, and mostly the creation. Documents about these topics are scarce in the Mayan area. We have different sources, such as the Hispanic ones, like La Relación de las Cosas de Yucatán by Fray Diego de Landa, and the Popol Vuh, an invaluable Quiche text. But both are important due to their accounts of the Mayan gods and religion. But despite of this, until 1960, the only work that mentioned older authors and aging were ethnographies that considered them only as an allegory or symbols of identity and ethnicity. In 1960, certain problems were raised in the works of on old age and aging, and the specialized literature in the field of gerontology began to debate the concept of old age. The works and in iconography studies on the Mesoamerican god started to focus on the feature of the elderly. That is what Bayer did with Xiotecutli in 1965 and Thomson with the merchant gods in 1966. Xiotecutli, also called Old God, was thought to be the creator of all life, who was believed to be a representation of the divine creator, Ometecutli. The old man had unusual significance within ancient Mayan religion. The evidence supports their identification as creators and sustainers. No matter what the precise status of old man was, he was the common thread tying each universal component to a greater purpose and meaning. In ancient times, numerous myths were told about an older man or woman. Jealous owners of fires are symbols of creation. That is the case of Grandma Kasha, who was the only person who had the power to control fire. Moreover, the old god's association with cosmic mountains is emphasized at Chichen Itza, where he's shown rising and establishing his role as a pillar and cornerstone of the world. The god El, or the old god, is represented in the Mayan culture as a rich, powerful, but simultaneously infertile, a doer who governs in a despotic and arrogant manner. Iconically, the characteristics of God El are those of an old man with an open mouth and no teeth. In the Teotihuacan culture, he was represented as a wrinkled, bearded, toothless, and bent old man. One piece that may fit in this narrative is the one studied by Dimitri Believ in the regal base of the rabbit. The outrageous old god is naked. Desperate, he goes to the court of the solar god to whom he asks for justice. The rabbit is the spite who, disguised, is delighted while watching the old man's defeat from heaven. God whose time-worn flesh hangs over near cadaverous frames conveys a different kind of message, one in which otherworld deterioration signals not so much decline as a shift in power from the body to the mind. The most noteworthy figure of this type is the character traditionally known as a god En. We have a deity fully despite with an old man characteristic. God En fixes the centers and four cornerstones of the world, orientating the dimension of the space and time. His ongoing task was to maintain the cosmic order with a focus on separating the sky from the earth. The archetypical god En is an old man with a large nose and almond-shaped eyes, his wrinkled and chop-fallen face matched by a correspondingly worn and sagging body. About the Hispanic point of view that we can find in Diego de Landa's Relación de las Cosas de Yucatán, he remarks that the elderly were so esteemed that young men did not deal with them unless it was about major topics. For instance, if the young men were about to get married. Landa also remarks that in general women were not allowed to enter to the temples except at certain festivals to which they admitted certain old women for the celebration, because they were crucial for some rituals. He shows that they used to offer gifts and food to the old women. William Oliver points out the case where after the ancient sacrifice on men, they kept the genital of such a sacrifice and gave it to an old woman who they had as a prophet so that she ate them. Why does this association between the gods of fires and old age appear? A possible explanation would be the equivalence between the psychic entity called tonali and the fact that the load of the fire increased with the years, with aging. Furthermore, Fray Bernardino de Sahagún tells us in La Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España that the old man is an expert. He has experienced many things. He earned many things from his hard work. The good old man has fame and honor. He's a person of good advice and punishment. He counts the old things and he's a good example. In a brief, and as a very precarious conclusion, I like to say that in pre-Hispanic Yucatan and still in many indigenous communities, the elderly generally enjoy a privileged symbolic position. According to Lopez Austin, the elder is a yoteotel, the artist, the inventor, the sagacious man, and the fortune teller, considered beings of extraordinary faculties. This is also seen in the Nahuatl word huehuetlatlia, to give a position and honorable office to another, which can be translated to a meaningful sentence. I set you as an elder. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila. Is Terrell on? Yeah, Terrell. We're gonna see you now, and feel free to share your own screen since you're presenting virtually.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Terrell Jones, and my research was based around exploring the lived experience of Afro-Mexicans in Veracruz, Mexico. So this is just the agenda of what we're going to go on. And what you're looking at is the area where Veracruz is located, which is highlighted in the darker blue, just to give you an idea of the location. So we're going to go over just a quick rundown of how I designed it, and also let you into a little bit of what I experienced doing the research. All right, so a little background. One thing that's happening in Mexico that's really interesting is in terms of the recognition of people of Afro descent in Mexico being recognized at the national level. So in 2020, they were finally included into the census. So based on that, I wanted to explore the situation a little closer. So this was my design aim. It was to do a qualitative research to get the lived experiences the lived experience of the Afro-Mexicans in Veracruz. And I wanted to specifically look at the systematic barriers that impacted the socioeconomic status of the Afro-Mexicans, and to understand the impact of systematic and also internalized oppression. So just to give you a little insight into the methods that I used. So it was a critical ethnographic to avoid me putting my own interpretations in regards to the lived experience of the Afro-Mexicans. I also use convenience and snowball sampling to recruit my participants. And the population, I had to really examine how I wanted to do that. So I wanted to make sure that I gathered a population that weren't immigrants, like Afro immigrants from other locations that were actually from Mexico. So that's one of the main reasons why I chose Veracruz. Sorry about that. And the goal was to interview 2 agency employees and to interview 12 to 20 Afro-Mexicans. And this is the procedure. So I recruited, I did a consent, we did the survey, which I'll show you in a little bit. And then we did a 45-minute interview. So these are some of the questions that I wanted to ask the agency employees to get an idea of their perspective of the situation. I'll let you look at that for a little bit just to have an idea of my train of thought. And then whenever I interviewed the Afro-Mexicans, I wanted to ask them things dealing with their perception of how well the government distributed resources, how well the education system empowered them, and things like that. And to get after the socioeconomic status piece, I used a questionnaire from the intelligence agency in Mexico. Question 2 is an example of one of the questions. So how many full bathrooms with showers and toilets are there in this home? So based on the response, it's rated by a score. And then I was able to quantify where they stood at based on an A through D scale. So whenever I went into the field to do the research, I had a good plan, but as always, like whenever you hit the ground to do things always Murphy or surprises always occur. So no surprise. I think one of the things that kind of hindered me was based on my resources, based on my experiences, I was a little too ambitious in terms of what I wanted to accomplish, which is something that I can take and implement as I continue to research in the future. So overall things that I gained from the research is just, one thing that I noticed about myself is that I looked at everything through an American lens and didn't truly take into account the history of Mexico. So in America, the idea of Blackness or colorism is based on laws like the 1-drop rule, where if you have 1 drop, you consider Black, or based on rules that prevented people from marrying outside of their race, which wasn't the case in Mexico, which coming from America, it kind of blurred the lines more so in terms of how I identify things. Another thing that I identified in doing the research and observing and everything was the systematic issues within the country. So the idea that for all these years, the only 2 cultures that have primarily being recognized are indigenous and Spanish. So changing that whole system around, and also while combating the Spanish caste system in terms of lighter is better, and everything dealing with the way that you approach a person, the way that you view a person, being based on that. Governmentally, just making sure that the work is done in the future to identify the policies that can help to address the things that have been endured by the population over the years, and the lack of access to resources and all those things. And then most of all, the clarity of the issue and identity. So clearly defining what is a Afro-Mexican and what their needs are specifically is going to be critical as the country moves forward and finally begins to identify this group. And in closing, I just want to thank everyone from the Broad Center, and specifically my professor, Dr. Tourism, and Dr. Lilly. And I didn't mention this before, but I'm from the social work department. So, and also a special thanks to everyone at the Stone Center, because you guys are great. And that concludes my presentation. I look forward to the questions in a few minutes.
Thank you so much, Tro. Now we're gonna move on. Catherine. Right. And I'll share your thing.
May I remove my mask to present, or should I keep it on?
I think the university policy is just to be masked indoors, so why don't we just stick with
Okay,
that? Is that okay?
Okay. All right. So I'm Catherine Skirl. I'm a fourth-year PhD student in the City Culture and Communities program here at Tulane, and I'm on the Urban Studies track. I'm just going to walk you through some of my research questions, the methodology that I used for the field work, and then focus a little bit on findings and outcomes and next steps. My research topic really is centered on this question: how do residents of emergent urban neighborhoods negotiate their belonging to the city via their vernacular architecture? A couple of years ago, I was able to do some field work in Oaxaca City. And so what I'm looking for here, just, the question, does this happen elsewhere in Mexico, and in what ways? So I started to kind of looking to shape and frame this research question more contextually for my dissertation research. And so for this project, I'm really looking to do a comparative visual and spatial analysis of city spaces. And I'm focusing here on El Bajío region. So I looked for cities that were comparable to Oaxaca de Juarez. So I'm looking at Guanajuato, Santiago de Querétaro, and San Miguel de Allende. All of these are mid-sized cities, as well as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The kinds of, so this project really builds on the work that I did for my stay-at-home research, which proved to be invaluable preliminary work for this kind of rapid fire three-week whirlwind tour of 3 cities. I was able to identify specific neighborhoods and walking tours that I wanted to do in each of these cities. And then when I was in the field, I collected data through photographs, field notes, and sketches. And I ended up going back and forth between the historic maps and my notes each day to review and kind of ground what I was finding in the field. So it was essential to have that stay-at-home research background. And then currently I'm in this last step of analysis and of development of kind of preliminary findings. So this is what I was hoping to see, is how do architectural elements from the colonial center of the city really translate and move from that city center through the urban fabric and into the periphery. So I'm looking at 400-year-old, 300 to 400-year-old architectural elements translated forward into the 21st century. So I'm gonna spend a little bit more time on Querétaro and then we'll move more quickly through. So Querétaro obviously has a pre-Spanish heritage. The Spanish came in the 1530s. The city is really a gateway to the mining region of the north between Mexico City and the northern mining region. It's very wealthy during the colonial period. Of course, it had some rise and decline during the wars and unrest of the 19th century, the 18th and 19th, or the independence movement. And then, you know, today it's a state capital. It's become incredibly industrialized in the late 20th century since NAFTA. And as you can see at the bottom, it's almost doubled in population since 2000. And those are the official numbers. So I'm sure it's even larger than what's recorded. So we're talking, these mid-sized cities are experiencing rapid urbanization, and it's causing, you know, there's all sorts of questions that come up when we're looking at them. In this map you can see kind of the colonial core, kind of an initial core, and the far bottom right corner of this map from 1620. These are some of the historic maps that I was able to locate just for a flavor. Here's a map from the mid-19th century. I don't know if you can kind of track that river through the site, and then there's a square about in the middle, that's the Alameda. So kind of keep your eye on that. And then here is the city today. You can see that square dead center in this middle of the photograph, the colonial core and then the periphery. All right, so in the field, as Terrell said, you know, things always change when you get in the field. And so it was nice for me to be able to fall back on the historic maps and go back and forth between that preliminary work. Querétaro has this amazing aqueduct that it's known for. It's 70 feet high, and it kind of marches off towards the mountains to bring fresh water into the city. You can see the 21st century development off in the distance of the hills. The colonial core, of course, features these beautiful monasteries and churches. And it has these broad colonial streets, very much akin to what you might find in any Spanish colonial city, the Strazo plan, with plazas and kind of broad streets. Some of my work is cataloging these architectural details. So here are some scroll work, kind of at the cornices of buildings that were pretty fanciful within Querétaro. And looking at the Baroque churches that were contemporary, you can kind of start to think about how these architecturally reference back and forth. And so really I walked essentially the core of the city first and then worked my way outwards as far as I could go within a week. Cataloging different types of doorways and other architectural details, both in field notes and pictures. This is looking at some different kinds of material and the way that it's represented both on the sidewalk and then turns up in other architecture to go onto the base, kind of an applied surface, and then maybe gets translated with a different material in a newer building on the far bottom right corner there. And then do these kinds of character sketches of the colonial core really move to the periphery? And in some cases not, you know, some cases it falls apart pretty quickly. A lot of the more commercial architecture picks up on more 20th, 21st century construction types. It's almost like the colonial core here is different than the surrounding periphery. Some of the tours I had to do to get out into the periphery, they were driving tours. And so the photographs become worse and I relied more on field notes to try to track through what I was seeing visually. And just a picture, kind of a parting shot of Querétaro looking from the colonial core out to those contemporary skyscrapers. Guanajuato, another state capital here. It's indigenous heritage, known as the place of metals, and mining was happening here before the Spanish arrived in the 1540s. In the 17th and 18th century, just had some of the world's largest silver mines. So there's very rapid settlement and development. within this region. And two has kind of legacies with both the independence movement as well as the revolution. Today, the city has a pretty fun, celebratory kind of feel to it. There's lots of universities and students. There are, of course, mining activities continuing. And they have large festivals. The Cervantes Festival is one of the largest festivals in Latin America that happens every fall, as well as just music and kind of a party atmosphere, I would say. Guanajuato is much more constrained by its physical geography than some of the other cities because of its mountains. You can really only access it by tunnel. And so there's not as much vehicular traffic within the city, and you definitely don't see the Spanish grid plan as an urban layout. So it's constrained by its mountains. So here's a picture looking down from El Pipila towards the Jesuit University and the Basilica, kind of in the left corner. You can see the houses moving from the valley up into the mountains. You can see some mines in the distance, but I can't really point them out here. A little bit more of the architectural flavor. We've got the tunnels that roll through the city, the Teatro Cervantes on the right, different kinds of materiality. Again, the kind of late 19th century and colonial core, these beautiful buildings. And then just another example of kind of cataloging different types of architectural details that I do. The streetscape as you move away from the colonial core become much more narrow, quite hard to photograph some of these building facades, but man, what a workout. The characters is incredible. It was easier to photograph actually across the valley if you could get to a rooftop or an overlook to see some of the facades and architectural details. San Miguel de Allende, again, still has a different character than other of these two regions. Today, it's much more dominated by this expat and artist population. And even though it's much smaller, it's still experiencing quite a bit of urban growth. And I would say a lot of this is happening on the periphery with quite wealthy expat real estate market today. It's different than the other cities. Pictures of the beautiful parish of San Miguel de Arcangel. There is a gridded street plan here in the city center, at least, that kind of dies away as you go through the periphery. More examples of cataloging of details. Here's an example of, we've got these kind of decorative downspouts that feature throughout. They're very whimsical. They're throughout the city center. And in the periphery, then somebody's kind of incorporated one in their brand new building. And a little parting shot of San Miguel. So, my next steps really are to continue this comparative analysis, really working on image management and coding. I've got thousands of photographs. So I'm trying to think through how to retain that data and translate it. Returning back to that GIS project I've been working on last summer as well. And then really starting to frame out my dissertation prospectus using this field work. So I'm really appreciative of being able to do these things and learn how to move through the field and how to track through the data and analyze it. It's nice to have these preliminary and practice sessions, if you will. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are moving on now to Allison.
You're muted.
You're muted, Allison.
Sorry, I'm sharing my screen right now. Okay. Okie dokie, can you guys see just my screen right now?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, well, hi, my name is Allison Scribe. I am in my second year of the MA program with the Stone Center. And over the summer of last year, I had the opportunity to go to Guatemala and conduct research through a grant supported by the Tinker Foundation and the Stone Center. I was there for 5 weeks doing ethnographic research for my thesis, which is based around the theme with the working title of Exponiendo Fieles, an ethnography of the fandom of Lisbeth Rodriguez. This was born out of a course in the Department of Communication with Dr. Laura Zoe Humphreys. And I started working with the creators of Instagram fan pages for Lisbeth Rodriguez. Lisbeth Rodriguez is a 27-year-old Mexican influencer. She has about 12 million followers on Instagram and another 8 million or so on YouTube. So a pretty robust online following. She started her career working for the Badabun YouTube channel. Badabun is a Spanish language content aggregate. They've had the largest Spanish language YouTube channel, and for them she hosted a series called Exponiendo Infieles. It was just a YouTube series where she exposed cheaters, but eventually she left Badabun and kind of just went out on her own as an influencer, doing sponsored content, posting photos, videos, dancing. She's on TikTok as well. And I became acquainted with the community because I noticed all of the fan pages, the Instagram accounts that were devoted to not just reposting her content, but also creating user-generated videos and images that had been edited with a lot of care and thought, just promoting her, expressing admiration for her, all sorts of things. At this point, I've connected with dozens of these sort of pages, and I primarily work on Instagram because that's where she has the most active following. Some of these pages are so active and they have a following of about 13,000 people at the largest, but others, some of the smaller accounts have thousands or hundreds of followers, posting original content just about Lisbeth Rodriguez. And that she's not necessarily unique in this capacity, that there are other Instagram influencers and other modern celebrities that have these sort of online followings. I chose to focus on Lisbeth Rodriguez because I thought that her previous relationship with Badabun, the large company, and the falling out was fascinating. And I was also interested in the way that she has actively cultivated her relationship with her fans and her followers. And that has kind of led me into these questions of effective labor, labor that is designed to produce feeling or a change in emotion, and the way that that is demonstrated here by both Lisbeth Rodriguez and her fans. For this topic, I focused on ethnographic methods. A lot of the research has relied on semi-structured interviews. And initially I conducted these interviews via online applications like WhatsApp or Instagram, but with the support of this grant, I was able to travel to conduct interviews in the field. As well, I focused on participant observation, which is certainly challenging in a virtual setting because there's not necessarily a specific field site to visit and immerse yourself in, but instead I've become a somewhat active member of these communities, looking to comment, like, participate in Q&As or Instagram stories. And one of the significant achievements for me has been joining a private messaging group with their consent to immerse myself in an atmosphere of these fans conversing among themselves. And then another facet of my research has been textual analysis. So looking at the Instagram posts, the edits that are created by these users, and not only analyzing the social media post itself as an artifact, but also being able to look at the comments and see the response and the active mediation of these images by these users. So the fans represent a community from all around the world. They're completely transnational. I spoke with creators in Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Guatemala, and one of the people that particularly interested me was unable to schedule an interview with me because she explained to me via chat that she was operating her fan page from Santiago de Cuba and had really limited internet access due to that. And it's not exclusively limited to Latin America, though that is the majority. I also was in touch with a fan page creator from South Korea. I chose to apply for a grant to Guatemala because I wasn't going to be able to visit multiple sites due to time constraints and pandemic constraints. I already had been in touch with an interlocutor in Guatemala City, and I had previous connections in Antigua, so I thought that it presented my best shot for in-person research, though it certainly was not an easy decision to figure out which of these conversations would be the kind of the most valuable starting point, or where would be the best location to talk to the most fan pages, because as I mentioned, they've truly come from all parts of the region. Within the fandom, they're primarily young women, although they also, some of them are young men or identify as other genders, though they've mostly come from Latin America. It's not an exclusively Latin American community. They typically run these pages as a labor of love. I haven't spoken to any creators who have received monetary compensation for their work in creating these fan edits. And generally, many of them expressed to me that they were grateful for the community that they found among these fans. Some of them opened up about issues in their home life, and they believe that Lizbeth was responsible for creating a caring atmosphere among these followers in which they could find support with each other and also find support from her. Working on this ethnography during the pandemic was a huge challenge. From its inception, I would have loved to have traveled to multiple locations to interview fan page creators from different countries, but I was limited due to COVID-19. I had initially chosen to go to Guatemala in part because their COVID cases had been under control during the pandemic, but there was a spike just before I got there. And colloquially, I heard this attributed to increased tourism, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case. But it did affect just the general atmosphere of being there. There were some restrictions in order to keep numbers down, and I did not anticipate how different the local attitude towards the pandemic would be from the context where I've been during COVID-19, both Louisiana and rural Virginia, where I'm from. People in Guatemala were generally significantly more concerned about the pandemic, took significantly more precautions. Masking was taken incredibly seriously. And yeah, there was just a lot of concern and fear that I saw. So that made making these personal connections through ethnography a little bit challenging. In terms of meeting new people, but also getting people to meet me in person to communicate. And on a functional level, conducting interviews could be difficult with a mask because you're limited in your ability to read social cues like on the face, and also the audio can be muffled, and combined with the language barrier, it's definitely a little bit more of a challenging experience. That being said, it was great to be able to get this experience doing research in a difficult environment with these challenges and learning how to overcome these obstacles, and just being given the opportunity to go abroad despite the current state of things. As an ethnographer in the field, I really learned that I couldn't be shy or hold back when people asked me about the reason for my travel and I got into explaining my research. I felt like this was a really valuable source of information or new leads. I never knew where it would come from. And I also found that I had a lot of success in reaching out to acquaintances or friends of friends in order to take a snowball approach to ethnographic interviewing and being able to meet new people. And it definitely was a slow process. The bulk of my interviews took place near the end of my trip. And at times in the beginning, it really felt like I wasn't going to get any, but with patience and with a lot of hard work and following up, I was able to conduct a lot of interviews that I was happy with. Among some of the interviews that I really enjoyed were kind of outside the direct field of my research, but I talked with a lot of people in the social media industry, like marketing social media managers. I talked to one content creator who asked me to record a podcast episode with him, and another influencer that I interviewed filmed our interview and posted it to her Instagram story, which was very sweet. But from my perspective, I felt a little bit nervous about the ethical questions raised in anonymity and like if I was going to repost that and reciprocate and share her with my followers. That was definitely something that raised a question in my mind that I hadn't considered fully. And overall, with my summer research, I felt like I gained a better understanding of where Lisbeth Rodriguez fits into a greater cultural landscape in Latin America, which, to be honest, is pretty niche. I wouldn't say that she's a particularly mainstream figure, and it was really interesting to kind of have that notion reinforced over and over again. A lot of the people that I spoke with really expressed a sense of digital optimism and hope for the future of what technology could do and the benefits that they had reaped from social media and the influencer economy. But at the same time, this did raise a huge issue of equity because many of the people that I spoke with emphasized that access to the internet consistently and the ability to work as a social media influencer or operate in these spheres is not available to everybody. So it was definitely important to keep that in mind and be aware of that balance. And yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Allison. Finally, we'll have a presentation from Natalia.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Yep. Okay. So this is my alternative non-travel research project. And I think I'm going to mostly talk about how COVID did affect my research, because it's everything based on my research is about some slam poetry groups in Brazil. And I couldn't travel the first year and I couldn't travel last year. So basically what I did for my alternative research project was enroll in the summer program in Brazil, which was through Zoom, and take this advanced language coursework. And it was really good for me. I did get to practice a lot of Portuguese, and I did get to establish some context there in Sao Paulo, which is one of the cities where I'm gonna try to go this summer. And it was also very intense summer program. So while I was doing this program, it was like we met 3 or 4 times in the week, twice a day. And the morning classes were language learning and grammar and all that. And the afternoon classes were more like readings and discussions and all that. And so my first 2 objectives that you see here were kind of directed towards that. And the third one was I was trying to get some material from these groups that I'm researching about. One of them is Islandas Minas, which is from Sao Paulo. And the other one is Islas das Minas, Rio de Janeiro. And on the side, I was also studying for my PhD exam. So I had a very full summer. And basically what happened was, like, I was trying to get this material that was really important for my research. And I got some of that material before the summer through the library, Tulane Library. And I got some of that, but it's really interesting because the way they distribute, these groups of artists distribute their work is kind of personal. So there were some material that we couldn't wait. The process through the library is very, very long. So we couldn't wait until everyone was able to deliver their books. And very often it's just like a personal thing, because probably the book that you want, the only person who has it at that point is the author. So that was kind of I'm gonna go back here. So I needed these books, but then this situation was going on, and this also affected me to get those books, because one of my people there said that they were going through a lot, and she said that she didn't want to risk going to the post and mailing the books. She was going through some health things. So that was one of the things that I kind of couldn't do over the summer. And then I went to Colombia, which is my home country, and I was taking this course over the summer there in Colombia. And the summer course is called Contemporary Issues in Brazil. And while I was taking this class, this was the afternoon class, I was there in Colombia, and there were a lot of protests going on. The country was going through a lot. And it was very interesting because the course content was about dictatorship. So I kind of arrived to Colombia when at the same time there was a lot of restrictions and a lot of violence, police violence, and a lot of things going on. And I was doing this program online. So that kind of changed a lot my summer. I did continue, it didn't change my summer, it just kind of gave me a different perspective, because I was going through a similar situation when we were talking about dictatorship, when we were talking about people disappearing in Colombia, and they are still missing when they went to a protest. So it was like, oh, I'm studying this, but this is at the same time going on here. So it did change a lot of my perspective of what I was doing there in Colombia. And what I did then is we have this, I'm showing you this slide because we had this session with Victor Garofano, and he analyzed some songs of resistance in the dictatorship for us. And he was like giving us this lyrics and comparing like to what was going on there in Brazil in the 70s. And I got some of there was something very interesting about this, because this is one of the songs that he analyzed that is called Cálice. So this is kind of the part where I was doing all this in Colombia, and I was taking this class, and I was trying to finish this class, but also thinking about my research, which was really important for me. And some of the things that I got from this class was this analysis that Victor did. I don't think Victor's article is published yet, but he did an analysis about this music lyrics. And basically these lyrics are about, it's called Cálice, which in Portuguese could sound like two different words. is like calice, the religious, with a religious meaning, but it's also like shut up or be quiet. And there is this song which is like, there are a lot of polysemy in these lyrics, because it's like a one meaning that is in the surface, but then if you look through the lyrics, it's like, oh, it's saying don't like, don't make me shut up, or like I'm not gonna be quiet and I'm gonna say what's going on. And this is during the military dictatorship there. So something that I found really interesting about this, related to my research project, is that what I'm researching is about this slam poetry led by cis, non-binary, trans women, trans folks there in Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. And they have this collections. Well, slam poetry is also related to orality. Then they have these collections and anthologies about, I just got a new, like an excerpt from the book that is called Mudas, Falas São Sementes. And then in the same book, it's like there is a lot of polysemy in the titles, and there is a lot of polysemy in the meanings of the words that they use. But then I noticed that in most of these groups, instead of calice, or like shut up, or like this restriction of speaking up and the language, is like this, there are these poems in which they encourage women to talk, to speak up. And I would say women meaning trans, like all sorts of women, like the most open notion or concept of women that you can imagine. And then, so I was kind of trying to see how this is present still, how there is this polysemy in the words, in this poetry as well. And how is this also tension, because these groups came up when there was another time that was very restrictive of individual liberties, and very restrictive and violent, and mostly in relationship with gender and all these things that were going on in Brazil. So that was kind of one of the ideas that I got. And basically by the end of my last summer, I focused more in the preparation of my exam for that course, and that was great because I passed and all that is done. I'm now teaching Portuguese at Tulane, so that was really good. That experience with the Portuguese class was really good for me. And then I got this idea about a chapter that relates this long tradition of protest and cultural expression with slam poetry, because there is like a repertoire for these poets. But then this gender or like, yeah, just gender, this slam poetry groups led by women or trans or binary peoples, non-binary peoples, are doing kind of the same, but from other perspective. Is like putting in the center another type of discussions. It's about racism in Brazil. It's about some other things, but it's also about being a woman in a context that is very violent. And I kind of want to relate that more to like a long story of protest and how that is going on now from a different perspective, from a different subject. and different types of subjects who are speaking up through these poetries, but also in the streets. So being very visible and present. So basically that's what I got, and that's what I did the last summer. And thank you very much. Can I stop sharing?
We have some time now for questions. So feel free to just unmute yourself if you're on Zoom, or if you're in the room, just shout out your questions for everybody.
I would like to ask a question of the entire presenting group. And I've been asking this question to all of the sessions today. And it really has to do with what Allison talked about to a great extent, about the impact of doing research in a pandemic environment and how that might affect your approach to research. And I'm particularly interested in hearing from those of you who were able to be in the field during this pandemic in some ways to do research. Terrell, I know you were there, and Catherine, I think you had a chance. How did this reality impact the way you approached research, and any tips or suggestions you might have for any other graduate student or researcher who might be faced with a similar kind of environment to do research that you can share that would be helpful to hear about?
I think one of the biggest things that we had to do was the element of, I guess you can say, surprise, or not having a real good idea of what the next week was going to hold because of new stipulations and things like that. So any event that you are doing research during a pandemic, or during an event where you can't really get out and interact with people, I think it's important to always have a contingency plan to keep in mind, like, the priorities of what you want to achieve in your research, and just go off that, and whatever obstacles come your way, just keep the priorities in mind, and also have a contingency plan to deal with the stipulations that are placed.
Yeah, I mean, my field work, because I'm outside in an urban space, didn't feel as impacted by the pandemic. Well, going in and out of museums. I mean, I actually felt very safe in terms of COVID exposure, and I wasn't interviewing people very directly, so I didn't have that concern that maybe ethnographers, who are doing interviews might. For me, the other kind of safety, physical safety from going in a dark street when I shouldn't be there, or going in a neighborhood maybe I don't belong or don't feel safe in, was more salient than the pandemic itself. But I think, Terrell, your point about having a backup plan, or how can I, for me it was, can I get at the question by going a different path? When do I need to turn around? When do I need to change my plan? And so knowing, like you're saying, going back to your research questions and just being flexible in the field is important.
I had a question. I don't remember your name. I'm an old person, so I don't remember these things. Are there no slums in Guanajuato?
There are, yes.
How does that figure into the cityscape and architecture influencing how people live?
Right. So I would say there are very impoverished areas in Guanajuato. And I wasn't able to get out that far into the periphery in only a week. But I think, from what I could see around the city center, a lot of the hillsides and mountaintops were reserved or used by very wealthy. It was quite stark. You could see areas that were developed for very wealthy upper class houses. And then there would be sites that were more informally developed as well, kind of around the edges, maybe that don't have views back down to the city center. So yes, I mean, all of those cities had those more informal settlements on the edges. And as I was saying, like in a week, there's only so far I can go to get out there. I don't know if I quite answered the question.
Are you planning to incorporate that into your?
Yeah, so.
Because that seems to be
That's
with
where I'm
rapid
headed,
development.
yes. That's where I'm headed.
I had a question for Terrell as well. Veracruz is on the coast there, so a lot of immigration, not even recent, in the past from the Caribbean. A lot of Jamaicans and people from Trinidad are also in Veracruz. I don't know, does that a different class of African descendants compared to those who came in colonial times?
You're on mute, Tara.
Oh, yeah. So one thing that I did to account for that was to put in the stipulation that they had a grandparent that was born in Mexico, to try to account for the immigration piece, because I wanted to specifically look at Afro-Mexicans that have been here at least 1 or 2 generations, or been in Mexico 1 or 2 generations.
Do you think that 2 or 3 generations still might have an influence on how people are treated?
And could you clarify that for me, that question?
As further back than grandparents, but not from colonial times, does that have an influence on how people are viewed or they're treated?
Well, I would say so. And I also did it to account for different experiences. Like I'm from America, and if I move to a country, I'm going to be Afro whatever. But of course, because I'm American, my experiences, my viewpoints or whatever are going to be different from somebody that has ties to the country for 2 or 3 generations.
Allison, did you make an effort to try and speak to the celebrity?
She actually has DM'd me on Instagram. Like, she answered my DMs at one point because from what I understand, some of the fans that were speaking with her mentioned my project. And so she like went and found me on Instagram and responded to my direct message. And to be honest, when that happened, I was like, I get it. I totally get why all of these people are so into it. I feel so special that she's messaging little old me. But no, there was no like in-depth interview.
Do the panelists have any questions for each other?
I mean, I was curious, I think Allison's research brings up such an interesting question of, what happens when the field site is a digital platform? And how does that, that kind of, for me, opens up all sorts of questions about that being the field as maybe, in contrast to a physical location geographically tethered. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. If you were to take this project forward further, would you feel the need to be conducting in-person interviews in situ, or is the digital platform more productive?
I think there are definitely benefits to both areas or both sites of research. I think that in the type of research that I'm doing, it's really essential to be immersed in that online community, to be following people on these social media sites, messaging them, monitoring the posts, kind of keeping updated with the conversation that is happening pretty much exclusively online. But I think that there is a benefit to grounding it in the real world because of the kind of differences that can appear within somebody's online identity that's put forward versus an identity that might be perceived differently in the real world. It's definitely challenging to integrate the in-person research with the virtual research because these are aspects of their lives that I think in general are kept distinct and separated. But I also think that's why it's important and interesting to explore that tension between what's existing in the physical world and what is going on social media.
Natalia, tudo bem? We met once. Natalia, I wondered, you talked about slam poetry, which is kind of a US sort of thing. There is a long tradition of other kind of poetry, repenchistas, and other things in the northeast of Brazil and throughout Brazil. I wonder if that's integrated into what you're seeing in slam poetry in Brazil. Is there that kind of?
Yeah, so the first thing that I've been finding about slam poetry in Brazil is like, actually the first researches have been related more to the US than the actual orality context in Brazil. So they sometimes mention that, but what I do want to do is like showing that there is a lot of oral poetry before. There is like literatura marginal from the 90s and the saraus from the peripheries in Sao Paulo. So there is a lot of other cultural expressions from the peripheries that kind of allowed slam poetry to be what they are right now in Brazil. And yes, I do want to, that's kind of one of my most important points is like kind of, okay, yeah, the US slam poetry, there is like a structure, but there is actually a lot of previous expressions that were previous events kind of related to orality that are meaningful for this slam poetry to be growing in this way in Brazil. So yes, that's something that I'm gonna do.
We have time for maybe one more question.
Jimmy and all, it's Carol Reese. May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. So I'd like to ask Catherine about potential hypotheses that are emerging. I know this is very early in your project and you've just been able to get out into the field again. But it struck me now that you've widened a scope for a comparative project, and you spoke about the difference in San Miguel de Allende as a highly trafficked tourist site. Are you beginning to think about a hypothesis that might look for these expressions of historic vernaculars as being, sort of differently weighted in these cities based on, various aspects like a high percentage of tourist volume and a greater emphasis on tourism in terms of the local economy, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, I'm interested in how that's translated to architecture kind of that's being newly constructed in these cities. but I do think that the proliferation of certain kinds of images as being, almost like essential to these cities, then does influence what people are building in their houses and elements that they're putting in. So I think it's very much tethered to this kind of city identity that's promoted as cultural heritage. Yes. So the short answer is yes. I think that's part of this thesis that I'm working on.
Okay, thanks. And could I just, one more quick question, maybe I missed it, Allison, but where's your influence? Where's your influencer physically?
She's based out of Mexico primarily.
Does that mean she moves around, or she keeps her whereabouts secret, or?
She was born in Tijuana, but I believe that she is still in that area primarily, but it's kind of difficult to pin down exactly from Instagram and social media because she lives a very stereotypical influencer lifestyle of vacations and exotic locations that seemingly exist permanently because of the extended posting schedule that they align with, all about creating the image of opulence and glamour.
Thank you. Thank you both, Catherine and Allison.
All right, let's give a final round of applause.
Thank you all, and I have an announcement. For those of you who haven't submitted your terminal report in written form yet, please make sure to do that. You can email it to me directly. And I'll make sure it gets put in the folder we need to upload our reports to the university and to the Tinker Foundation. If you have already done that, we have it. If you haven't, please remember to do that. Thanks a lot, and y'all enjoy the rest of this Saturday. Hey, welcome everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started with our fourth panel of the day. My name is Jimmy Tuck. For those of you who don't know, I am the assistant director and the graduate advisor here. And as I've said at the other panel, this would not have been possible without the work of Liat, who put this all together. So we have Liat to thank for our symposium today. Welcome Dariana and Katie, who are joining us online. And a couple of announcements. Yeah, come on. If you haven't submitted your terminal report yet, please make sure to do so. I think most of you have, but there are a few of you who haven't done that yet. And if you're not sure if we have your report, you can check in with me and I'll let you know for sure. I'm going to turn it over to Liat, who's going to introduce the panel session and get us started.
Great, thank you, Jimmy. Welcome everybody to panel number 4. This panel, the theme involves art, music, and performance. We have 6 presenters on this panel, so please be mindful of your time. I'm going to be keeping time and I'll show you when you have 1 minute to go. We'll have some time for a Q&A at the end of the session, so just jot down your questions so that you remember them. And we're going to start with Carolina. You can use this to move
Thank
through.
you. So I just sit here?
Yep, you just sit here. Everybody can hear you.
Oh, great.
At least I think. Can y'all hear Carolina?
All right. We may not be able to play.
That may be me.
Okay.
Can you request access so I can give it to you?
Yeah, I'll do it on my laptop.
Okay.
All right, so this report is contextualizes what I did over the summer of 2021. My largest project is to understand and define afromineridade, which is the identity of the
of Blackness in the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil. And I was looking into this definition through cultural practices. So I did an online ethnomusicology investigation with this group called Meninos de Minas. And even though I couldn't go to Brazil because it wasn't safe to travel there, they have a lot of information online. They did a lot of live streaming performances during the pandemic, and even before that. There are documentaries, interviews, lectures, newspapers, articles, and also they have 3 albums. I could only get hold of one called E Minas that they had just released. They also had released an ebook because they were celebrating 20 years of project. So I had a lot to work with. So our main goals was to understand how Minas' particular history and cultural traditions influence people's racial identity and performativity, analyze how the many dimensions of their work, what are their reach, what they propose to do, and their references. So just to talk a little bit about this project, Meninos de Minas, since 1999, they have reached over 3,500 students. They promote concerts, lectures, festivals, workshops with the youth and also various ages. They have achieved international reach in several countries, including the US, Germany, Spain, and Portugal. And so far they have released 3 albums. This one on the screen is one called E Minas. That's the latest one. That will talk a little bit more further. Every time I talk about some group, I think it's important to let them speak for themselves, not me talking about them. So I like to play this video. It's only 30 seconds. Can you press? Thank you.
Embelezou, eu cheguei no Rosário de Maria. Embelezou, embelezou. Oh, irerê, oh, irerê, oh, irerê, oh, irerê, oh, embelezou.
Go to the next slide. Oh, great, thank you. And by analyzing everything that we're doing, finding information online, I could organize these 4 dimensions to the work: educational, social inclusion, environmental, and cultural. So when it comes to educational, they have partnership with regular schools. That's where they recruit students to participate in the workshops and everything. The project, to be in the Meninos de Minas, it's a requirement that the kids have to have a good school performance and good attendance. And they define also good social and family behavior. No prior knowledge of music is required, but they require discipline and willingness to learn. So beyond forming artists, musicians, artisans, they also think about forming sensitive citizens, which is also kind of an educational goal. When it comes to social inclusion, again, it goes beyond practicing music and being familiar with music. They also contribute to a critical, independent, and decolonized thought. And I could get this conclusion through the testimonials and the interviews of their participants. Injecting this pride of people's roots and identity, influencing what they listen when it comes to introducing local artists, local culture, and expanding their musical taste, supporting their formal education, as I mentioned, and also training artists and performers. There's one in the middle, his name is Bruno Messias. Today, he's a director of Meninos de Minas, but when he joined the group, he was a student, and he shares that, and I'm gonna quote him. The project was a watershed for me. There was a Bruno before the project, and after he joined the project, I got to know someone else. He says that before joining the project, he was insecure, and his fears would not let him leave his house. But the time he dedicated to the musicalization workshops, it helped him to build self-confidence, self-esteem, and a better collective conviviality. So today, he's a trained musical educator. He has a master's degree in music. He's a percussionist, singer, and he leads the performances of Meninos e Minas, which we could see in the middle clip. He says that the project gave him the opportunity to dream, and his master showed him that there were other possibilities besides the ones that were predetermined to him as a Black boy from a low-income neighborhood. Environmentals, because the instruments that they use, they are made from recycled material. So this is a screenshot from the performance that we just watched. And the drums are made of this carton things, bombinas de papelão. And the shakers, for example, they are made of cookie cans. And there's like a specific seed that is put in it called Lágrimas de Nossa Senhora. It's like Holy Mary's tears is the name of the seed. And the gunga, which is this instrument attached to their feet, and then it also brings this corporeal and body movement dimension to their performances and their practices. And when it comes to the cultural dimension, they're very intentional when they remember the past and they remember their Mineiro roots, but they simultaneously embrace the demands of contemporaneity. So that's why I think the past and present is very visible and intentionally added to their performance and their cultural practices. So they contribute to the valorization, advertising, and perpetuation of ancestral knowledge from the Congado, which is also a culture from the state of Minas Gerais that is not very popular. So it's a way of keeping it and protecting it. They provide this free access to Afro-Mineiro culture, exercise of cultural rights, protection of cultural expressions, and groups that practice this Afro-Mineiro culture, preservation of material and immaterial assets of cultural heritage. Again, the diffusion of educational, but it's very important to think of memory values because there's a lot of references to the past when it comes to oral tradition, and it's a way to keep the tradition alive. And prioritization of Itabira's cultural production. Itabira is the city, is the town where the project is based right now. So it's also a way, they say that it's a project from Minas to Minas. So Meninos e Minas sing about things from Minas. So it's very, and this I'm quoting the director, so it's very intentional. By how they do it, it's in their lyrics, their sound. So in their sound, you can see that drumming, that's an influence from Congado, but they are not congadeiros because they also mix with even the beats with funky carioca, maracatu, samba rock, which are more contemporary rhythms. Their lyrics, so there's one song that it's in their album called Saudades de Minas, which is like, missing, there's nostalgia for the state. And the chorus is, oh, Minas Gerais, when I leave, I miss you. And when I arrive, I do not ever want to leave again. This is where I live. This is where I want to die. And the founder of the group, called Kleber Camargos, he associates these roots and cultural practices to citizenship. He shares that. I'm going to quote him. Imagine a human being without culture, without art, without reference of their roots. Who has reference of their roots is more human, more generous, and more dignified. So the impacts of this social project goes beyond learning music and also interferes in other spheres of the participants' lives. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Carolina. We're gonna move on to Mike, so you can just use the.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, Yanez and Jimmy, for putting this together. So I will be talking about my project, Improvising Paisa Identity, an initial foray into the culture of the Trova Antioqueña. You'll notice that I'm using these two terms, Paisa and Antioqueño or Antioqueña, more or less synonymously to describe the people from the Antioquia region of Colombia. Regional identity is very complex in Colombia and is a big part of this research. I won't have a lot of time to get into it in this presentation, but that's important to know about. So before I get into my trip to Colombia that I'll be talking about, it's important to give a sense of what the Trova Antioqueña itself is. So this is an improvisational practice in which two performers take turns improvising verses. It's a verbal musical duel. And you can think sort of like freestyle rapping, but more tied into folkloric traditions. In this format, each stanza is an 8-syllable, 4-line stanza with the rhyme scheme A, B, C, B. And the performers are accompanied by the 12-stringed Colombian tiple and oftentimes many other instruments as well. And the theme can either be free or imposed by the judges or the audience at the competition. So it's important to situate this practice as well in the context of the other sorts of similar musical verbal improvisational practices throughout Latin America and the world. They're common in cultures throughout the world. The tradition is particularly strong in Latin America. In particular, the decima, which is a 10-line stanza, is improvised in countries throughout Latin America. And of course, there's also many local genres, too many to mention, but just to kind of give a sense of the geographical dispersion of these practices, I put a couple of the practices from Mexico all the way to Argentina. And you can see that even in Colombia itself, there are many different types of verbal improvisation. So geographically, Colombia is split where the Andes split into 3 ranges. So you can almost think of those 3 mountain ridges drawing some borders in between these different practices. So I was originally hoping to travel to Colombia to attend the National Trova Festival in Medellin, which happens in August. Unfortunately, it was not possible to travel at that time. So my updated plan was to travel over winter break and start laying the groundwork for some ethnographical research dealing with the Trova and also looking into the historical foundations of the practice. And it's very interesting that the mythological forefathers of the Trova, kind of the mythology of it builds in this sense that there's competing types of knowledge involved. So the sort of mythological founders are this typical late 19th, early 20th century politician, writer, poet, man of letters, and his counterpart was this sort of what's seen as sort of the last juggler of Colombia, the last traditional person who would travel from town to town, improvising and sort of transmitting news. So at its very basis, there's this mythology of sort of letrado versus campesino, different types of knowledge coming into contact. So it turned out that during the time I was there, in the city of Manizales, which is about, on a good day, a 4-hour bus ride from Medellin, more like 7 or 8 in reality. But they were having their own Trova festival at that time, so I was able to attend a national Trova festival and get some experience with it. So I think it's important, like Carolina mentioned, for you to get a sense of what this improvisational practice is like. So for this one, This is the Trova Simple, which is the regular 4-line stanza. For this one, it's important to know that the traditional grading scale in Colombia goes from 0 to 5. So you'll hear the performers make reference to that.
Pero es que a mí me parece que esta trova que se hace ya sacó 5 con 13, ya sacó 5 con 13, mas no creo, compañero, si analiza punto a punto, ya le puse un -0. Ya le puse un -0. Este permazo persiste. De números usted aprenda que el -0 no existe.
Another variation that's called the Trova dobleteada. So in this version, they actually do 2 stanzas at once. So they're 8 lines. And we're going to hear from Gallinazo, who his competitor has just said, le hace falta trova. There's, your trova is lacking. So this is his response.
No falta trova ni canto, no se me acelere papi, tranquilo que no está tanto. Yo tengo buena actitud, para ganar tengo las pruebas. A mí me hace falta trova, pero a usted le faltan pruebas.
Okay, so you can hear that in the dobleteada, there's kind of a different musicality to it. And I think that the fact that it's 8 lines instead of 4 gives the performers a bit more time to develop more in-depth ideas, express a bit more. But in comparison to other forms of verbal improvisation, the trova in Colombia is known for the directness of its back and forth. Their tendencies to rely heavily on each other, which particularly from the perspective of the Cuban decimistas, who were really focused on the aesthetic value of their improvisations, they tend to criticize this, but the Colombian answer to that is ours is more immediate. We have less time to think, and insulting each other is kind of a part of our culture. You know, I tend to agree that the insult humor is my favorite part of this. So anyway, just real quickly to finish up, I wanted to talk a little bit about sort of the initial contacts that I was able to make. So the first picture there is me with James Alzate, who is an organizer of Trova events, also a trovador himself. He performs under the name Cartucho. And he's also a journalist and cronista, and has been working a lot on the history of the trova during the time of the narco traffic era in Medellin, which is an angle I haven't really thought much about, but you know, obviously during that time period, all aspects of culture in the city had an intersection with narco trafficking. So that'll be really interesting to see how his work develops. In the second picture, I'm with Lady Mejia, who is one of the relatively few female trova performers who's active right now. It's obviously a male-dominated activity. Her comment was very interesting. That was really interesting to me was that she knows, starting as a woman performer, that there will often be either, she said it's atacar or halagar. They're going to attack her or flatter her. And whichever tactic the opponent uses, she's ready to jump on that. And she brought with her, that's Don Gustavo, who is sort of the mentor of many of the younger trovadores in Manizales. And he was really fascinating for me to talk to, as a lot of theories about how the trovadores need transdisciplinary knowledge, which obviously appealed to me as an interdisciplinary graduate student. He told me that he recommends that his students do sort of their own field research, which means going out and finding out not only how people talk, but why they talk the way they talk. This is the wall of fame of another Trova educator. Don Orlando has run Trova academies in Medellin for decades now. And you can see all sort of his most successful students there. His approach is a lot more didactic, I would say. He kind of starts with the nuts and bolts of the poetic form and then encourages people to kind of build up their cultural knowledge to be ready to improvise on any subject. And I have a couple of the books that he uses here that kind of explain poetic concepts using poetic examples, which I thought was really interesting. And just, this is me with one of the more notable Trova performers, who goes by Pichingo. And Pichingo is from the town of Granada, where I went to speak with him, which is was very affected by the armed conflict. And Pichingo was quite open with how that affected him growing up and as a performer. So that kind of brings us to this last slide, which I said the elephant in the room is memory. So the first picture there is from the Comuna 13, which is was one of the most violent neighborhoods in Medellin, is now kind of a place where tourists go, seen as a symbol of the turnaround of the city. Also, this idea of kind of favela tourism is problematic. But the point here, and the second picture and third picture is from the Casa de la Memoria. But the point here is that any study of culture in Medellin is inevitably going to come up against these issues of cultural memory, historical memory. So the trip also gave me a chance to kind of begin thinking about that as well. All right, thank you. If anyone in the room wants to take a look at the books, Amy, welcome to check it out.
Thank you all for organizing this conference again. So today I'm going to talk about a minority myth, manga, and racial relations in Brazil. So on the right, we have a picture of Liberdade, which is where the beginnings of the largest Japanese Brazilian community in Brazil kind of started and has its origins. And then I just have a picture of manga that you can see on many of the newsstands in the area. So this is just some of the things that I researched over the summer and that I'm looking into these two concepts of model minority and racial democracy, and they're both myths in Brazil. So it's just something I still need to investigate further. And I'm just going to present my findings on it. So first, I'm going to look at Nikkei literature, and this term Nikkei is about Japanese descendants that are not living in Japan. So I'm going to use this term to refer to the Japanese Brazilian population. And I'm going to look at the book Sonhos Bloqueados by Laura Handa Hasegawa. And I'm going to look also at Afro-Brazilian literature, Diário de Bichita by Carolina Maria de Jesus. And then I'm going to look into the manga. It's called Poema, and I'm looking at the second edition, and it's illustrated by Paulo Fukui, who is a part of the Japanese Brazilian community. So I wanted to get these different perspectives because the myth model minority and the myth of racial democracy was something that was disseminated by elites in Brazil. And so I'm going to define these terms first. So the term model minority is, it depicts the Asian community as successful, good minorities and people who have been able to gain ascension economically, but are still considered non-white. And it kind of compares them to bad minorities such as indigenous and Black populations in Brazil. And while they are still othered from white, they are still considered a minority under this, and therefore not part of the hegemony. They're still considered in a place that's superior. And it also really obscures a lot of the anti-Asian racism and promotes the invisibility of the community. And this kind of stems from this, well, it's actually a term that came from the United States,
but there's a blogger and her name is Kimmy, and she says that it can, and she's part of the Japanese Brazilian community, and she states that it can be applied to the Brazilian context. And so this term racial democracy, it's also a myth, and it came about that there were 3 races in Brazil: Black, Indigenous, and European white. And so it talks about that racial relations in Brazil have been harmonious, that there's no racism in Brazil. And so obviously that's not true. So I'm hoping that to kind of further prove this wrong, as many scholars such as Thomas Skidmore has proved it wrong and kind of discredited these theories that arose after 1933 when Gilberto Freire presented some of these ideas in his work. Not necessarily coined this term, but presented the ideas in his work. So the aim of my work in a larger context is to sort of further discredit these 2 theories. And so first I'm going to give some of the historical context of the Liberdade neighborhood that I mentioned and Japanese immigration to Brazil. So in 1888 was the end of slavery in Brazil. And after that, elites promoted a whitening project that would bring in European immigrants to whiten and mix with the population. And so after a while, European immigrants were no longer coming to Brazil. So they, in 1908, the first Japanese immigrants came. And this kind of put Nikkei in a liminal space because they were considered good for the population, quote unquote, by the elites in terms of their social ascension, economic success, but also they were considered non-assimilable. And that you can find this in a lot of elite texts during the early 20s and 30s that stated that Japanese Brazilians were not assimilable by racial features, culture, context, but yet that they would bring modernity and progress to Brazil. And so actually the origins of the Bairro de Liberdade are rooted in racism, because it used to be the place of former enslaved people. And as we can see here, this is the saint, he's known as Chaguinhas, but his name is Francisco José das Chagas. And he's actually a saint figure, saint of freedom. And he was executed in the Bairro de Liberdade. And you can still see his traces of his image throughout, and such as street names. And there's actually churches that are named after some of the hangings that they would do. And recently in 2020, there's been protests, anti-racism protests in the neighborhood still, both by members of the Nikkei community and Afro-Brazilian community. So the first work I want to look at is Sonhos Bloqueados, and I'm just going to read some quotes that kind of exemplify the model minority myth. So she said, "Never in my life did I think of being a housemaid. Everything except that. It's not that I think it's a less worthy job, but in my mind, housemaids could only be those Black women, huge, strong, and happy with an enviable smile." So you can kind of see the perpetuation of this myth coming down and showing throughout the literature. And the author kind of has a perspective that's, it's problematic. And also not only within the Afro-Brazilian community, but within the own Nikkei community as well. She states, "It was a fast operation. In 3 days, she already had her eyes open and more beautiful. She doesn't even look Japanese." So even comparing to white beauty standards, the author exemplifies this in her work by comparing the beautiful with the more open eye look. So now I'm going to talk about Diário de Bichita, Carolina Maria Jesus, and we can also see the myth of model minority in this work when she says, "I was already sick of hearing Black and white. I thought men should talk less and work more. Imitate the Japanese who came from Japan. They talk little and work hard." So this goes along with the myth of the economic success, the hardworking, and then kind of it demonstrates the comparison between the two communities, two marginalized communities. So now I'm going to talk about the manga. So the history of this is that there's a publishing company named Edrel that opened in 1966, and the military dictatorship in Brazil during the 60s and 70s and early 80s was a time where a lot of material was censored. And so this company actually was shut down due to censorship. And some of the mangas were censored for themes of sex, violence, and it was actually the first manga that was produced in Brazil in the Portuguese language. And it was censored due to also subversive and communist themes. So it really uses sci-fi, and the story of this Havema is that beings from another planet who master genetics mix with terrestrials, and they generate a child in a laboratory that has all the knowledge of history, and it's a product of miscegenation. It's raised by the Tupi-Guarani tribe, who call him Havema, which means the immortal. So we can definitely see traces of Brazilian history and some of this myth of racial democracy. And so now I'm going to take a look at the actual manga. This is a scan that I made of it. I also wasn't able to go to Brazil, so I had to buy this from what's known as like kind of the Brazilian eBay, and then I sent it to my friend who scanned it for me and sent it to me. So and then we have this right here, and it shows so this is in Portuguese, but basically it says the hybrids, and then it describes the racial hierarchies, and it says, and in the lowest hierarchy, the Black Brazilians. So, well, it doesn't talk about Brazilians, but it just says the lower the Blacks. So you can see that real traces of the hierarchization of race in Brazil. And it's just interesting to note the style that is drawn is in the manga style, but it's in the Portuguese language, and it contains themes of society. And so one of the members, and I'll quote the member of this publishing company, says, "American or Brazilian comics never show white people with Blacks chasing the Black girls and subjecting them to all sorts of torture and humiliation. In the name of morals and good manners, the cruel reality is swept under the rug." So one of the reasons why these comics were censored were for quote subversive and communist themes, and it seems as if they were showing actually depicting realities, and instead of sweeping them under the rug, which is kind of something that Brazilian government is notorious for doing. So yeah, and so some further research is needed to investigate more about this, but that's what I have so far. So next up is Juliana, who is gonna present. Virtually, you can share your screen when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me share screen. Share some. Sorry, I'm starting the presentation. Present. Okay, great, but I can't see my notes, so give me 1 second. Liad, alternatively, can you share it so I can see my notes, because I don't know how to do that right now.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah, why don't we come back to you then, so I can get it set up, and do you wanna go? Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, hi everyone, thanks so much to all. I'm Maria Eva Baez, and I'm in my third year in the Spanish and Portuguese program. So I was planning to do some fieldwork in Argentina. My project was called Aesthetics, Popular Communication, and Human Rights in Flyers and Pamphlets from Argentina. And I intended to do some research about the popular communications within the dictatorship in Argentina from 1976 to 1983. But due to COVID restrictions, I stayed home
and I had to change my project and doing some bibliographical analysis of the period and of the role of graphic journalism. And I found that was actually very helpful because I had a different approach to this problem, which is that, oh, I cannot. Oh, thank you. No, the next one. Can you? Okay, because I thank you. I found that was not until the 90s where the intellectuals in Argentina started to really think about the role of the graphic press during the dictatorship. And this was because the mass media was very aligned to the dictatorship during the period. So that hegemony actually was strengthened after the dictatorship as well. And then they had this role of amplifying the hegemony of the neoliberal agenda. And well, just the intellectuals in general did not think so much about graphic journalism, possibly because they were humorous or satirical and not considered so serious to be to pay attention to them. So this example of the Revista Humor, the Humor magazine, was the one that I explored the most. Can you go to the previous slide?
I think you should be able to do it on there.
Oh, okay, thank you. Perfect. So this is the one I wanted to start with. And Revista Humor, Humor magazine was the most emblematic case of graphic journalism. Started as a satirical publication, but became more and more political during the dictatorship, and became a symbol of resistance against the regime after and persisted many years after the end of the dictatorship and the return of democracy. And this cover, I found it very interesting because it's from 1998, and it says, this cover says, la revista que apareció cuando no había justicia ni derechos humanos, cuando había dependencia, corrupción, deuda externa, desigualdad social y frivolidad, y cuando el mundial tapaba todo. Parece que fue ayer, ¿no? And it's like ironically addressing the question that during even the Menem's government, all these aspects kept going, even the World Cup, and the fact that neoliberal policies continued somehow the policies of the military regime. During my research, I tried to contrast the public propaganda from the dictatorship and contrasting that with the Revista Humor. And for example, we have this cover, and if we can play the video, this is a propaganda of about the national industry. So.
Antes la competencia era insuficiente. Teníamos productos buenos, pero muchas veces el consumidor debía conformarse con lo que había sin poder comparar. Ahora tiene para elegir, además de los productos nacionales, los importados.
Well, so this was very famous after, but it's basically this idea of the national industry being really non-competitive at all. And this actually led me to some other questions because I'm doing my dissertation about technologies and literature. And this led me to actually think on what was the discourse of the dictatorship about technologies, for example. But the Revista Humor really, as we can see in this cover, had a counter discourse and presented this figure of Videla being being attacked for piranhas and the foreign industry and the fact that he just was playing down the national industry. We have some more like at the left, the metaphor of shipwreck for the dictatorship regime, where we can see how this magazine had the point of view of considering this as a whole regime and not just the figure of Videla. And then we have to the left the fact that they are all the military are como as we say in Argentina, destapar la olla, to take the lid off from the pot, means like to let nose be known, to break the silence. So they are actually trying to tapar la olla of the crimes against human rights and so on. And they had interviews with figures from the human rights and also political analysis, but which was very famous of this magazine were the covers made by Andres Cassioli, who was a very important artist, and he was also the director of this magazine. And I found interesting that this publication was never officially censored, possibly because it was not considered so serious, but he was called to the Casa Rosada, to the government house, to talk about this cover, because it was really a hit and sold more than 30,000 magazines by that time. And I found that this was this graphic journalism was part of this bigger movement of alternative press in general, where the pamphlets, flyers, parties press played a role of keeping the population informed and just organizing protests and activism for human rights in general. This is a flyer. For example, even when the dictatorship had this hegemony and total control of the press, they even had to take or address these ways of communication. For example, we have this sticker to the left that was responding somehow to the campaign for human rights from the opposition. That was por los derechos humanos, so they answered, los argentinos somos derechos humanos, like right-wing and human. And that was with the World Cup in the 78. And we have, for example, the boycott that the European left did for that World Cup. But moving forward to some questions that I thought after doing this project, I found that I had this restriction of the archive, but also the role of digitalization and democratization of the public information about the dictatorship was very important, not only for my research, but in general. I thought on how this is also influencing the fiction in Latin America, and found these novels by Carlos Gamero, Ricardo Piglia, and Edmundo Paz Soldan that presents the figure of the hacker as someone who can look in the memory of the dictatorship. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Katie, and then we'll come to Dariana at the end.
Cool. Is everybody able to hear me okay? I'm getting some feedback. A little bit. Okay, I'm going to turn my volume down just in case that's on my end. Do I have permission to share screen? Let me see. This look good? Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Oh, except I can't see my own writing. That's going to be fun. All right, so this is my presentation on my research developments for my dissertation, Wrestling with Masculinities, Exploring the Intersections of Gender, Sexuality, and Nationalism Among Exóticos in Mexican Lucha Libre. So I wanted to give some updates just on what I've been doing, how I used my Tinker and Stone Center funding, and also I wanted to give a little bit of advice to people who might be in the early stages or kind of planning their own research, just because I feel like I learned a lot over this last semester. So first off, I wanted to make sure everybody knew what exótico meant. So this is a type of lucha libre wrestler. These are usually characters who perform femininity. A lot of times they're performing stereotypes of homosexual men. There's a lot of elements of travestismo and cross-dressing, but this character has also evolved a lot over the years. So I'll get into this a little bit more when I start going over my preliminary data coding. But this is one of the things that I'm actually working with my participants to kind of nail down a definition to. But when we look at the methodologies that I'm using, it's pretty ethnographic. There's a lot of participant observation, interviews, and archival work. But based on how the pandemic has been going and the reality of being in the United States more than in Mexico, a lot of this is turning into very interview-heavy research. And so this is interdisciplinary, very Stone Center style, right? We have a lot of sociology, queer theory, gender and sexuality studies, cultural studies, performance studies, a mix of everything. And I think this helps give me a pretty broad look at this topic, because while there hasn't been a lot written about exóticos, I do anticipate that there is going to be a lot more in the next couple of years because of movies that are coming out and documentaries as well. And so my research questions from last year's presentation to now haven't changed much. I'm really focused or interested in how people decide to become exóticos versus a quote normal wrestler. So how are they also kind of engaging with this character? And are they separating their personal identity from the character? Do they feel like they're the same being? And how does that impact how they view their sexual identity or sexual orientation and their gender identity? And I'm also looking at how they might be using this opportunity to perform as wrestlers, the modes of performance they're using, how they're communicating ideas, and whether their performances are actually posed or in a position where they could influence broader conversations about gender and sexuality in Mexican popular culture. And so just a little bit more about thinking about this idea of performance of character versus identity. When I look at performance of character, I'm looking at whether they're using a mask, whether they're using costumes, the design of the costumes, hair and makeup, which can be very feminine for exóticos, the names they're using, as well as some of the moves they use. So in my last presentation, I talked a lot about el beso del exótico, which is where an exótico will grab a presumably straight opponent and kiss them, whether it's a delaying tactic or a punishment. That's up for debate. And I'm also looking at gender identity and sexual orientation, again, thinking about why they would choose this path and how they relate to other exóticos and how they kind of view themselves within the evolution of this type of character within Lucha Libre. And so when I got to Mexico City in September, I had a lot of goals. I had a very strict timeline for myself and a very long checklist. And that did keep me motivated. I think it was also maybe
too much pressure, and I'm going to talk about that later with just some recommendations for people. I had a lot of museums on my list and a lot of key sites in lucha libre history and culture, and also attending matches, interviewing exóticos, and then speaking with the Consejo Mundial de Lucha Libre and AAA, which are like the two biggest leagues that exist in wrestling in Mexico. And then also going to UNAM's library and databases, attending Lucha Libre trainings, and then working with the Centro de Investigaciones de Estudios de Género. Yeah, now that I'm thinking in two languages, it's not working. But that's where I was working as a visiting investigator this semester. And so also trying to take advantage of my time there, networking with researchers, and taking advantage of the databases and library resources that they had. So when I think, let's go back a page. So when I think about what I actually feel like I achieved to the full capacity, right? I did go to a lot of museums. There was a lot of visiting special sites in Lucha Libre history and attending matches. I will say that I didn't attend as many as I wanted to. Something that kind of came up during the pandemic, especially as Omicron was kind of coming out again, was that what matches did exist usually didn't have exotico wrestlers. And so I actually ended up shifting my focus more again towards networking with wrestlers. But the two big things that I really didn't get to do were speak with the two big leagues, and not for lack of trying. It was just a very interesting environment where I think as a student researcher, as an outsider, as someone who's not a native speaker and someone who's not really connected in Mexico City, that ended up being a problem for getting in touch with a lot of people, especially these big institutions that could potentially have something to lose based on what I publish in my research. And I also worked on getting into Lucha Libre trainings, but as I'll talk about in a minute, it was a bit more of a closed off community than I had expected. And so, as I said, connecting with exoticos was much slower than I had expected. And this is in part because I came in, again, as an outsider. And so my main method for contacting people was via social media. A lot of them have very strong presences on Facebook. Some of them are on Instagram, but it's mostly on Facebook. And so what I ended up having to do was a lot of messaging strangers, right? Which can be very uncomfortable for them to receive. They're also probably receiving hundreds of fan messages every week. So there was that sort of barrier of lack of trust and lack of connection. I also came to learn that some of them felt that their time should be monetized, which I totally support and agree with, but was not part of my methodology. So I couldn't actually offer them compensation or gift cards for their services at the time. And a lot of times what ended up happening was you would reach out to someone and they would say, claro que sí, me encantaría, like I would love to do an interview with you. Then you move on to actually setting it up and they just kind of ghost you. And so for whatever reason that might be, I also know a lot of exoticos at this time have been getting back into wrestling because of what had happened during the pandemic and their lack of, income and employment. Once things started to open up back again in 2021, there was a lot of pressure on them to take advantage of every single opportunity that paid. And so even though I messaged or reached out to around 60 people, I only ended up with 6 interviews during my time in Mexico City. And so I can get into that a little bit more, the other methods I was using for recruitment, but it was definitely not what I had expected it to be. And so this goes back to this idea of the closed off industry, right? And a lot of people have their established place within the industry. We have the authors who have their media organizations or their employer. There are certain magazines or sort of fan pages online that do this. And so I did try to reach out to a lot of those, but many of them were closed off because I think of the idea of a scoop threat, not wanting to give all of their connections to me, especially if I don't have anything to offer them in return. And so the other thing I noticed was that while there were a lot of Lucha Libre matches available, the ones that actually had exoticos wrestling them were in areas that I did not feel comfortable going to alone. And in fact, I spoke to quite a few wrestlers and asked them, what would be the best way for me to get to this stadium? It's outside of Mexico City. And a lot of them said, honestly, if you do it in daylight hours, you might be okay. So I ended up deciding that wasn't worth it to my research. So that's something that I'm going to be saving for a later stage. The other thing was that a lot of exoticos are constantly touring the country. And so they are on buses and planes all the time, going to different cities. And so it's really hard to actually view them in person if you don't happen to be in the place that they're wrestling. But I did have a lot of surprise accomplishments, especially once I started to realize, oh, my plan is not going exactly as I had expected. So once I started to see how much momentum I had not built up with interviews, I actually started to reach out to other experts. So this meant people who were in the industry for whatever reason. I found a mask maker that you can see here. This is a picture his wife took of our Zoom interview. A mask maker who's also like a religious leader and is also a wrestler. I was able to talk with a documentary filmmaker who made 2 of the very few documentaries on lucha libre and exóticos. I spoke with several authors. I spoke with some collectors, and a lot of these people actually were also promotores, which is someone who organizes a match. So it was a very interesting way of getting connected through the other side of the industry. And I was actually able to get connected to the national union as well. So I spoke with the union president of Lucha Libre, and I also spoke with a local chapter president. And so through these interviews with experts, even though I wasn't getting data that I could necessarily transcribe for my ethnographic part of the research, I also was getting a lot of recommendations for books, documentaries, and other events. And this also made me realize how much more information was available online about exóticos than in actual print publications. I think because just of the overall lack of representation of them in general. And then the final surprise that I had was that participant observation at matches, even though I wasn't seeing matches with exóticos, I still learned a lot about how audience members are a huge part of participating. I'm just checking real quick. Okay, participating in that. And so a couple changes that I had to make, I ended up actually creating a blog so that exóticos could see who I was and they could see short-term posts about themselves and get a little bit more publicity. I'm going to be amending my IRB to give out gift cards and doing social media advertisements. And I'm going to be returning in June through the Changemaker grant at Tulane. And so just thinking about data coding, a lot of this is showing me that the character of the exótico is a lot more contentious than I had realized. A lot of people have disagreed about like what the original character was supposed to be. And there's been some changes over the years. It's evolved from a metrosexual kind of character to a more flamboyant and openly gay and feminine character. And now there's a bit of pushback with the younger generations who I think are openly gay, but also worried about overdoing it with the campiness, if that makes sense. I think a lot of them also really want to be taken seriously as wrestlers. And so thinking about advice, I just want people to be kind to themselves when they're doing this research and also feel comfortable stepping back from the research as like their identity. Because I think there's a lot of pressure to do that, is to kind of view your self-worth or like who you are as a researcher based on how this project goes. But it's important to be able to take that space. And also, I really learned a lot about networking and how important it is to be talking to everybody about your research. And that's actually going to help you more from like the backside of things and from the unforeseen side of things than you realize. And I also wanted to add that IRB stuff can be a real pain. And so I have been very blessed by having some other Tulane students share their IRB paperwork with me that I could work off of. And I also want to extend the offer to anybody else who needs it. But importantly, I think the biggest thing that has kind of affected how my research has gone is that what I have wanted to offer exóticos for participation in this project is not necessarily something that they, I think, want or need as much as I thought it was. So a lot of them are mentioning money, a lot of them are mentioning publicity. And so just when you're creating your own project, being attentive to what would actually serve the people you're talking to is a really important step and something that I'm trying to fix as I go along. And that's it. Thank you all. And I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Katie. You received a round of applause here. You're just on mute. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Juliana.
Okay, thank you. So I have a little bit of echo. Okay, can you hear me all well? I hope. So yes, the title of this presentation, as you can see, is Exploring the Haitian Contributions to Cuban Music. There is a reason I changed my project, or the scope of my project, from talking about roots to contributions. So because I found particularly the idea of roots, although I'm very attached to the concepts of roots and routes as frameworks for my work, this idea of roots in particular was not appropriated, as it was complicating more genre analysis and conceptualization of Cuban music. Can we go to the next one, please? So my main ideas and methodology I've been using to kind of organize my research. Some of you who knows me knows that I'm kind of messy and all over the place because I have too many interests and too little time. So as I explained, moving from roots to contributions, the case of genre in Cuban popular music, what does it mean? The idea of nationhood and folklore, and the role of folklore in nation belonging, the racial others in 1937 Cuba is something I've been working a lot to analyze the situation of Haitian seasonal workers in Cuba before 1951, and issues of memory and identity. Initially, I wanted to do a more deep musical analysis. I thought I would have the opportunity to just compile a bunch of music recorded in the 30s and 40s in Cuba, specifically song, traditional Cuban song, and then do some type of comparative analysis with an autochthonous genre from Guantanamo, Shangui, which is linked to the Haitian community. But that changed because of COVID, the impossibility of going to Cuba, and also the change I had to do with my the time I spent, or I wanted to spend researching the Diaz Ayala collection and Florida International University. So I then moved to do a compilation and revision of primary sources, testimonies, online interviews, memory excavation, historical speculation, and autoethnography using the members of my family. Next, please. So talking about primary sources, one of the biggest results that I achieved the last summer, it was to actually find this document that you can see in the first picture. Is actually the document that was given to my grandfather, Jose Capitel, or Naitito Clona. Here we can see the document is both in Spanish and French. His name, his Haitian name, is still in this document, although the same day he was given a new document where his name was changed to Jose Capitel. The place of, he was coming from Port-au-Prince, and he arrived in Cuba in 1947. And I don't know if some of you can click on the video, please. Can you hear it? Because I'm not listening. I can't hear it.
Hace mucho capitel.
Sí, señor. Ville capitale, ville Port-au-Prince, Bertif natal. Jour un jour, la plus jolie, la plus totale. Moi dis bébé, fais qu'elle me content, on a le point vent. Deva plat communal, lo, chéri, moi pas pour Paris. Moi dis bébé, fais qu'elle me content, on a le point vent. Deva plat communal, lo, chéri, pas pour Paris.
Thank you, Liat.
Entonces,
¿Qué viene después? So this is Jose Capitel, Naitito Clonat. That was the last time I saw him live in January 3rd of 2019. And as you will see in the next slide, I want to explain why I played this video. Can we go to the next one? So this is a map from the Caribbean region. You see Haiti and the red sign in Lekking, which is an important port in the south region of Haiti. Is near Port-Salut or Port-Salut, which is the place that my grandfather and a large a large number of the Haitians who settled in Guantanamo province were coming from. Yes, next, please. So how did I get to just being interested in Haitians in Cuba, Haitians in Guantanamo? This is a picture of my grandfather and me the last time we were together. And if you could play, please, this fragment of reshipment.
En el año 37.
¿Qué pasó en el año 30?
No, allá sacaron a los haitianos para Haití. Vaya, para Haití, para Haití. Pero en la colonia donde yo estaba no le dejaban sacar todo el mundo. Sacaban los viejitos, los que no podían trabajar. En eso se fue mi abuelo.
Okay, so despite my grandfather came to Cuba in 1947, my great-grandmother was present in the rural regions of Guantanamo in the 30s. We haven't been able to establish the year that my great-grandmother came to Guantanamo, but we know that a large number of Haitians were settled already in coffee, around the coffee plantations, particularly in Yateras. And this settlement is not only something that happened in the 20th century. This settlement actually started right after the Haitian Revolution in 1804 was the Haitian Republic proclaimed, or it was the beginning of the Haitian Republic. So since the, since the end of the 18th century, all the way to the first 20 years of the 19th century, a large number of French colons and their slaves settled in the oriental region of Cuba. So this clip is from Reembarque, a documentary that introduced me to a part of the Cuban history that it was as close as it was unknown for me at the moment. My grandfather is part of this large number of seasonal workers who came to Cuba after the situations narrated in Reembarque or reshipment took place. But this reshipment and then the migration of Haitian workers had a large impact on the Haitian Cuban community in Oriente, which is the easternmost part of Cuba, and specifically in Guantanamo, where they are still very present. So questions that I had, the Haitians were at some point part of the Cuban nation or even considered as part of the nation. And what were the strategies of belonging they had to apply to be able to survive in such a hostile environment. In my family, for instance, is clear, respectability politics were applied twice as hard for the color, because of the color of our skin, and also for our condition as Haitian descendants. We only speak Spanish in my family after 2 generations. We all go to school, we all went to college in my generation and studied, and we were expected to study respectable careers. Therefore, can you imagine, my grandfather was very disgusted when I announced that I choose music as my career choice. So moving forward, in 2018, my grandfather was diagnosed with Alzheimer and died 1 year later. The last time I saw him, I made the discovery that he was a musician while he was in Pozali, Haiti. In his last days, he most of the time was living in mostly in a period of time pre traveling to Cuba, and there that condition allow us to his family to discover his true occupation before coming to Cuba to work as a seasonal worker in coffee and sugar plantations. So at that point, till last summer, I was very clear about my intentions, my interests, and I was being slowly directed into the right direction for my research, just focus on music and the issues of identity, because I thought it's time to move from the concept of cultural ajiaco from Ortiz to define Cuban culture. But can we go to the next? It's already there. So July 11, 2021, mid of the summer, and this happened in Cuba. Unprecedented protests erupted against the government, harsh repression resulting in the incarceration of hundreds of activists, musicians, and members of civil society. An unknown number of incarcerated were young people of color. The Cuban repressive state apparatus refers to these people as terrorists, traitors, therefore stripping them of their belonging in Cuban society. As a result of all of that was happening in Cuba, I have only 1 minute. Oh my God, sorry. Well, as you can read there, I draw many parallels to other moments in Cuban history when people of color have been left out of the national project. The July 11 movement in Cuba changed the way I think about my own Haitian Cuban community and the moments where Haitian Cuban were similarly viewed as not deserving of Cuban identity. Can we go just really quick to the next slide? Those are images of the protests, but we don't have to see that, just the next slide, if possible. Thank you. And let's go to the next one, because this is an artist, a Cuban artist, Afro-descendant Cuban artist who is in prison, and I use him as an example and as the subject of my presentation in the Cuban and Cuban American Studies Association conference earlier this month. This is a periodical screenshot of a part of the documentary reshipment where the notice of the Haitians being expelled is published, and it kind of talk about what are going to be the consequences of losing all this cheap labor to the Cuban society and the sugar companies. Next, and I'm gonna finish with the next one, I promise. Thank you. These are pictures of coffee plantation in Yateras, Guantanamo, and a sugar mill in Romelier, both places with a large number of Haitian migrants. Yes, thank you. And the conclusions are there, but well, I will not have time for that. Despite the change of my research project and the impossibility to go to work at the Diaz Ayala collection at FIU, I was able to read, analyze, and find other ways to think about the Haitians in Cuba. I was able to look at my research questions through the lens of the latest developments in Cuba and find connection to major themes in Cuban history. Well, thank you. I can't hear anything.
We have like 4 minutes for questions, so I think we'll take 2 questions.
So I know you didn't go, but I imagine you have an idea about archives that exist. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about where these types of alternative documents, like the counter-hegemonic type documents, where are they housed? Like, are they in official archives? Are they in unofficial archives? Like, do you address this in your work? I'm just curious to know more.
Yes, well, I was planning to go to the CEDINSI, which is the Centro de Investigación sobre y Documentación sobre la Cultura de Izquierda in Argentina. And they also, so it is more an alternative project. They also have, there's the Universidad of the Madres de Plaza de Mayo too, and it's a more broad archive they have. But in the last years, there has been an official recognizing that went through more official archives that I can consult. Yeah.
One more question.
If anyone does have any follow-up questions, you can just send them to me or to Liat, and we can forward them to any members of the committee or the panel. Thank you all for presenting and for being here. We have one more panel in 10 minutes or so. Feel free to hang around. And if you need a snack or something to drink, help yourself in the lounge. All right, everybody, welcome to our fifth and final panel session for today. My name is Jimmy Huck. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Assistant Director and Graduate Advisor here. And thank you all for being present and for sharing the results of your field research with us and with our guests who are here with us on Zoom. And for Christine and Maria, thank you for joining us on Zoom. It's nice to see you there. We look forward to hearing your presentations as well. I do want to remind you all, if you haven't sent in your terminal report, it's just 2 to 3 pages, double-spaced. Please make sure to do that. Even if you didn't get a Tinker grant, you just went on a Stone Center grant, we still need to have a report on file for you. I think most of you have sent your reports in, and maybe all of you have in this panel. I'm just giving a general announcement reminder for everyone who may not have. I also want to, for the 5th time today, and it still wouldn't be enough, to thank Liat for putting together the program. Really did all of the work in making this possible today, including having all your presentations ready, making sure the technology is working. And so far, I think we've managed to do it pretty well. Since this is the last panel of the day, we're not pressed for time to finish early, although Liat and I both want to get out of here. We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. But in any way, try to stick to your time but don't feel pressured to do so. I'm going to turn it over to Liat, who's going to introduce the panel and kind of get us rolling. So Liat, thank you. And
Great, thanks Jimmy, and thank you everybody for being here. The final panel of the day, the general theme is history and politics. We have a really diverse bunch of funded students here, and it's been really fun to hear everybody's different project and also try to group all of y'all in some sort of thematic way. So I'm looking forward to hearing your presentations. I'm going to be keeping time, and I'll show you 1 minute left when you're coming up on 10 minutes, just because everyone else only got 10 minutes presented earlier in the day. If you have questions, please save them for the end. You can jot them down, and we'll have hopefully 15 minutes for a Q&A at the end of the panel. Okay, we are going to start with Raul.
Is it the end? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so everybody can, I don't know if everybody can hear me well on Zoom. Okay, so the presentation is entitled Trespassing the Spanish Lake, French Commercial Networks between Peru and Asia, 1700-1720. And it's a research that I conducted in France. It was an archival research that I was interested in studying French traders and French chartered companies that connected their businesses and their investments between India and China with colonial Peru during this era. The name Spanish Lake is a term that was used by historians during the 70s and 80s to understand or to kind of illustrate what was the Pacific coast of the Americas. And lake, and the meaning of lake was that it was considered this geographical space as isolated, in contrast with the Caribbean that was more penetrated by other nations or other European nations. But we know that this was not the case. There were a lot of European competitors that were entering this space throughout the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. So next slide, please. So the objective was to find documentation that could allow me, give me clues to connect this connection between the markets in colonial Peru and also these destinations in India and China. And it was basically commerce between Peruvian silver that was being exchanged to or with silk, spices, or porcelain. So I was centering my research in one particular archive, that is the Archives Départementales de Île et Vilaine, which was in the region of Brittany, in northern France, because most of the most of the French overseas expansionism in the late 17th and early 18th centuries came from that region. So I figured that that was probably the place in which I could find the most clues or more documentation that could allow me to research my project. And I was focusing on 3 collections that I will be presenting a little bit what could these collections offer me to understand better the project that I was doing and so on. So the first one is the Noel Danican paper. So Noel Danican was one of the most prominent merchants that lived in the late 17th and early 18th century Brittany. And he was involved in several chartered companies that not only had investment in Asia, but also in Peru. So he was one of the main directors of the China Company and the South Sea Company, though 2 different companies. And these companies are much similar to what modern enterprise is, meaning that it has a board of directors. It doesn't mean that he is the owner. There's a lot of people that are investing money. So although he is the one that funded this company, he doesn't have the whole power to control what needs to be done. So I was checking, in this case, you cannot see the title. I don't know, because there is this bar.
We can see it.
They can see it. So what it says that is blocking the upper bar is this is basically an account sheet of the French ship Chancelier, which was headed to Peru by 1707. And what is very interesting about this kind of sheets is a lot of the accounts that could give me the possibility to do cross information with other type of sources. Okay. So this kind of sheets allow me who are investing in every type of this kind of enterprises, what type of goods are transporting, how much are they earning with this kind of with this enterprise. So a lot of numbers, a lot of people that are presented here are very useful to connect. This document by itself is very important, very interesting, but it needs to be contrasted with other ones. So in the same collection of these accounts, also you can find memorials. For instance, this is a memorial of 3 ships, the Royal Saint-Jacques, and Philippot and Shah, which are part of the China company. So basically, this memorial is a memorial of a compilation of memorial of all of the directors of the China company regarding the investments of a certain year. So what is very interesting here is that moving on, this same memorial, we can see, I don't have the mouse, but in the second paragraph on the left, you can see that they are very worried that Danican wants to merge both companies. They are saying basically there are two companies, the China company, the South Sea company, and he wants to merge them. And the directors in the China company are more than in the South Sea company because China is more profitable, because it's easier, it's not easier to get there, but Peru is more risky. So they don't want to necessarily invest in trading in Peru, although it could be also very profitable. So it's very interesting to see at least behind what is being decided, these kind of decisions regarding the connections between these, the trading decisions between Peru and Asia. So adding to the Northern Ican collection, I also checked the captain reports. When a French captain returned to France after a voyage, they need to fulfill basically a report saying what they found, who they were financed with, and generally you will find if the voyage was very short, you will find just a very small paragraph. But if you're traveling to Peru, you will find, for instance, way more text, which gave way more information about what are the incidences that were happening. So for instance, this kind of document is very interesting because the structure is very clear. It always says who is the captain, where is the ship, where it's coming from, where it's going, where it's heading, and basically a narration or a narrative of what is happening or what happened during this trip in general. So this is the log of a ship named Le Notre Dame de l'Assomption, which was a particular ship. It did not belong to a chartered company. So this one went to Peru in 1710. And one of the things that I was saying that is very risky, it's a very dangerous trip because it's almost 5-6 months of voyage from France to Peru, is that you could have a lot of diseases like this. There's a list of the crew that died during this voyage. So it could be very risky to actually invest in Peru in that sense. And along this also, you can find more other information. For instance, if you remember the ships, the Saint-Jacques, the Philippot, and the Shah, we were part of the China company. You can see here that also they were to Pisco. So French ships that were sent to China, they also in the past or after went to Peru. Captains were exchanged because they have a lot of experience. So although the China company and the South Sea company existed separated, they exchanged knowledge, they exchanged people in order to facilitate this kind of ventures. And also in the second paragraph in the right, you can see the Chancelier is mentioned there, which was the first ship. Yeah, which is highlighted, right? Well, it's So anyway, and how much time do I have? Okay, so the last one is the Compagnie de San accounts, which was another very big company which was just heading to India. And it's another very similar type of information that I got of very clear accounts that you could see. But what is very interesting about the investors here is that a lot of the investors that are part of this company are also investing in businesses in Peru. So you can see also the diversification. And one final note, well, some of these investors are listed there. One final note is that, okay, it's very hard to see, but you can see at some extent that are being exchanged piastres de Mexique, piastres is a type of currency. They are coming from Mexico and they are being exchanged in Cadiz. But what is very interesting is that you cannot find, I haven't found that says piastras from Peru. And it's just an hypothesis, but I think that because of all of the silver that is being brought from Peru is raw, it hasn't been branded. That's why it's not registered in the official accounts. So in contrast with the piastras that comes from Mexico that are being legally entered into the circuit of the company in Cadiz. So there's a lot of information to like ending this presentation regarding cross-references that could help me to build a more cohesive understanding of these links between Peru and Asia regarding goods, regarding people that were behind these whole operations. And well, yeah, overall that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. Squeeze a lot in there. Okay. Next up is Christine. Kristen?
Okay, let me just share my screen. Oh, it's not working. All right, hi, I'm Christine Schinkel. I'm from the anthropology department, and my project/dissertations on the biological and cultural impacts of European colonialism and contact in early colonial Peru. And we're doing this through a bioarchaeology study on a late pre-contact and circumcontact period cemetery in northern Peru. Huanchaco, where I work, is in close to Trujillo on the north coast here. It's close to Chan Chan and Huaca de la Luna, Huaca del Sol, which are some other contemporary sites we're looking at to do comparative research from what we're finding here at the Colonial Church of Huanchaco. This is the church. We have dug on the north side right here and on the south side, of the church. And we're finding some Chimu Inca style burials on the south side here that tend to be more often disturbed and looted, compared to the north side. We're finding that circumcontact burials I was telling you about that are dating to about 1540 to 1560. So right at the initial stages of contact. And it's also on the side of the modern day cemetery right here, which is also a Catholic Christian cemetery. Huanchaco is a local, it's a fishing community, and that's still very prevalent in their modern day society. You can see some of the traditional reed boats that they still use here. And I also just want to give sort of a warning for the rest of the presentation that since this is a bioarchaeology study, I will be showing pictures of human remains, not tissue or anything, just bones, but I do like to give a little bit of a warning. So this is just a map showing you where we've excavated so far. This is the church. Here's some of that greenery you were seeing. The ocean would be right here. And these were some of the colonial, these were the trenches where the colonial burials were coming from. And these are the trenches we've dug where the Chimu Inca are coming from. We have excavated for a few years. The main year was 2019, and this one trench right here, area 34, revealed about 100 burials, which was 3 times the amount we were expecting. So we got a little bit overloaded with work. So the grants that I got from here let me go back this summer to finish lab analysis on the large amount of human remains that we excavated. For material and methods, we would just go and we didn't do anything destructive. We go and analyze and record. We also go to Trujillo and do some imaging, CT or radiograph scans. We worked this summer in an abandoned elementary school because of COVID. So we rented out some rooms there, and this was a little classroom. This was like the gymnasium that we were working in. So my main research question is, how did the process of contact affect indigenous populations? We use the Chimu Inca burials as a proxy for the local population shortly before contact. And the circumcontact burials are a proxy for the local population right at the attendant initial stages of contact. And this is really important and different from other studies done on colonial archaeology, because they tend to group cemeteries or populations in a span of 150 or 250 years. And we know that colonialism was not a before and after effect. It was, we went through stages. And by studying and breaking it down into more specific timelines, we can kind of see the progression and match more with the historical record. And as far as me and my advisor, we know this is the first study in Peru to do this, and it's one of the first and only preserved early colonial cemeteries. To answer my very large, very big question, we are using 3 types of data, and we have questions broken into 3 parts surrounding the mortuary information, so grave goods, grave style, demographic information, age, sex, fertility, stature, and then the pathological conditions that we observe. So for the first part, what did and did not change in mortuary contexts? Do these changes or lack of changes represent resistance to Spanish policy or persistence in ethnic identity? And what changes were accepted or enforced heavily during this initial circumcontact period? And by looking at the mortuary data for the Chimu Inca burials, individuals tend to be seated or in flexed positions. As you can see here, both non-adult and adult remains. There's usually a large amount of grave goods, typical of the Chimu Inca style. Some are buried folded, as you can see here. Grave goods that we tend to see are Chimu Inca style vessels, whether they're ceremonial vessels like this or gourds and smaller vessels used for drinking chicha. We have spondula shells that are held in hands or positioned around the burials that come from a bit north in Ecuador. Women are buried with weaving baskets made of reeds containing weaving material, and sometimes fish hooks, like you can see here. This is a close-up view of the basket with a metal fish hook. There's also metal rings that you can see on this finger. We have shell beads and necklaces, bracelets. And sometimes we have folded pieces of metal or large chunks of metal or large shell beads, like you can see here, folded up and placed inside an individual's mouth. Versus the circumcontact burials, we see a marked change in body position. Individuals, whether they're non-adult or adult, tend to be laying extended. Their arms either crossed at the chest, holding a cross. They can be at the side or crossed lower on the pelvis. And we don't see as many variety or kinds of grave goods in this period. We do see reed crosses, like I said, held in the hands, glass beads that are draped over elbows or shoulders, sometimes at the chest, like you can see here. There's those large traditional shell beads, and we do sometimes still see large shell beads placed inside the mouth. So we have some persistence and change of mortuary burial style. We also see some persistence in caring for children, because occipital flattening is a type of cranial modification, and it is not done intentionally. The goal is not to modify the head. The goal is to care and carry around the child. So they're placed in these cradle boards, and much like modern populations where the child maybe spend too much time on their back, they can develop a flatter shaped head. And we know this practice of cradle boarding was banned eventually during colonial change, maybe in the 1600s, 1650s. But here during this initial stage, we see that the adults For the Chimo Inca and the early colonial, both are around 80% of people have this occipital flattening. And for the non-adults, 60, 70% of the individuals are still showing that they have this form of occipital flattening. So we can see a persistence in child caring practices here. And it's hard to compare it to the Chimo Inca non-adults because we don't have very many Chimo Inca non-adults. As far as temporal changes like demographics for sex, age, stature, and fertility, we see a couple changes here as well. One of the most interesting is the spike in non-adult individuals in the early colonial period. So blue here represents Chimo Inca and the orange represents the early colonial. And you can see here infants and children, we see a major spike. The difference was actually very highly statistically different. And we are approximating this to a change and a presence of infectious disease in the area. We know 1 to 5 year olds are highly susceptible to infectious diseases. And 1 minute remaining, oh no. Oh no. Okay, so a lot of non-adults, a high infant mortality rate and a change in older adults. Fertility rate has almost doubled in the early colonial period, which was kind of a shock to us. We thought the fertility rate would decrease, but we think that maybe there was a desire to keep family units and family structures the same over time. So to have as many, when we talk about fertility, we talk about it in terms of female output. So for a female in the early colonial period to have as many children as her mother or her grandmother, they would have to, had to have double the birth rate because non-adults kept dying due to infectious disease. And as far as health, here are my questions. I'm just going to briefly whiz by them, but we're seeing some trends where in the early colonial period, we have a decrease of diseases linked to old age, increase of infectious diseases, and possible reduced dietary variety and other maybe parasitic or anemic infections as well. So I'm sorry I had to blow by those very fast, but that is my work, and a lot more to be talked about with the pathologies, but very initial findings. Sorry if I went over.
Thank you so much. We're moving on now to Maria.
Okay, let me just share my screen right over here. Okay. Let's see, how is this? Okay, wait, sorry about that. Let me see. Okay, let's move this. Let's share. Are you being able to see my screen right now? Can you see my screen? Okay, can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So slideshow. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Okay. So, hello, everyone. My name is Maria Pautasi, and I just graduated from an MA in art history with a focus in Latin American art at Tulane. Today, I will be talking about the online exhibition, The Caribbean at an Arm's Length, which I produced over the summer with the help of the Department of Digital Scholarship and Initiatives at Howard Tilton Memorial Library, the Scott Ackerman Makerspace at Tulane, and the support of the Stone Center's COVID-19 Alternative Summer Grant 2021. So this exhibition is an extension of my master's thesis. whose research was done online from Colombia, where I was in 2020 and I am right now. And it is not only an extension in content, but also in the types of materials used, which largely came from the Latin American Library at Tulane, the digital repositories of the Library of Congress, and new materials from old maps online. So before I talk about the online exhibition, a little bit about my thesis. So in 1901, the American stereographic company Underwood and Underwood put out a box set on Cuba and Puerto Rico. At the turn of the 20th century, the Underwoods led the stereographic industry, producing 25,000 stereo views a day and 300 stereoscopes a year. So like other tours in the Underwood travels and the Underwood travel system, which was a collection of 80 tours of different countries around the world. The one on Cuba and Puerto Rico included views of the country's cities, monuments, industries, natural resources, and people, with explanatory notes in the backs of the cards. The images of Puerto Rico were taken shortly after the Spanish-American War and circulated in the first years of the archipelago's annexation. Images such as these have become, in the words of cultural anthropologist Hilda Llorens, and I quote, significant historic documents precisely because they stand as witnesses to the history of Puerto Rico's colonial struggle. So this box set cost $16.60 at the time, which is a rough equivalent of $478 in 2018. And it was a luxury object that offered US upper and middle classes the possibility of taking a mental tour or a mental travel to different areas of the world. And it was also distributed in schools and public libraries, educating mass audiences in the US about their place in the world in relationship to other countries. So a quick review for those of you who don't know, as I didn't when I started out this project. Stereographs are two images printed side by side on 7-inch cards to be viewed with a stereoscope, which you see right over here. It is an instrument with 2 eyeglasses that creates a 3-dimensional effect. They were made with stereo cameras, which had 2 lenses separated by 2.5 inches, which is roughly the same distance between the pupils of the human eyes, and it simulates human binocular vision. So the stereograph that you see here shows Henry Strawmeyer, the photographer of the views of Puerto Rico, using the Underwood and Underwood travel system. And Strawmeyer would later become the vice president of Underwood and Underwood when the company bought his listings that included his pictures of Cuba and Puerto Rico. So sitting in the middle ground, Strawmeyer is looking through his stereoscope. And in the background, you can see multiple boxes of the Underwood travel system with titles such as Palestine, Egypt, the Philippine Islands. And okay, so when you look at this image through a stereoscope, the map of Rome jumps out in the 3D composition. The stereoscope magnifies the details of the images. It highlights the texture and the folds of the paper. The map looks as though it's at an arm's length, as you could almost touch it. And it impels you to survey the whole image, to look at the details. So you look at the map, you look at the title of the book, which is Italy, or the box set. You look, you know, this is the Tower of Pisa, and you see the titles. Although this GIF, which was made for this digital exhibition, does not have the detail that you can actually get when looking at one of these images through a stereoscope. It kind of gives you the sense of the stereographic depth, which is something that I really wanted to highlight. And I'll talk a bit more about this later. So in my thesis, I set out to find the interplay between the technology, the binocular technology of stereography, and the construction of an imperial mode of vision. My general argument is that Underwood constructed a mode of vision which embodied the progress and the modern scientific transformation of Puerto Rico's natural world and people into available resources for the American empire. I did this by focusing on the quality of the stereographic viewing experience and by really stressing that it opened the imaginative possibility of establishing a virtual presence within each of the scenes. So, within the context of the nascent American empire, these images created an imagined sense of participation in America's contested annexation of Puerto Rico. Viewers of these scenes act as both witnesses and supervisors of the process of colonization and commodification of the island's people and nature. So why an online exhibition? Well, first of all, showing how this worked in a classroom or a conference context poses several methodological challenges. The first and most obvious one is that only when seeing these images through a stereoscope do stereographs produce this quality, this tactile quality, and this sense of depth that 19th century endorsers of stereography described as the magnifying magic of technology. In the words of the American physician Oliver Wendell Holmes, the mind feels its way into the very depths of the picture. We clasp an object with our eyes, as with our arms, or with our hands, or with our thumbs and fingers, and we know it to be more than a surface. So I really wanted to show this. Additionally, scholars studying today how stereographs create meaning highlight stereo viewing as an active process in which the publishers really tried orienting viewers into a foreign geography. And this was a process that I really wanted to recreate. So the Underwoods achieved this kind of orientation, with what they called their patented map system. So many of these boxes included general and detailed maps showing the location where photographs had been shot. These maps also showed the direction of the photographer faced when making the shot and the field of vision captured in each of the images. So, oh my gosh, is this me? 1 minute remaining? Anyways, the cards were numbered according to the geographical trail the photographer had presumably taken, and it allowed the viewers to orient themselves in the foreign geography. In other words, the Underwood travel system aimed to reconstruct the spatial circumstances that the photographer experienced. Wait. Okay, so the Cuba and Puerto Rico box set does not include a map or guidebook, but the different images do have cardinal indications of where each of the photographs were taken and the scope of view of the photographer. Furthermore, the repeated comments on the act of viewing and spectatorship, commanding, looking across, suggest vision and visuality as the central theme in the set. So the idea of this online exhibition, and I'm almost going to be done here, is to simulate the 3D viewing experience of each individual card and the geographic relationship of the different sites. I did this by creating an interactive map using geographic information systems such as ArcGIS, and I used a detailed view of Ay Bonito, an 1898 map of Puerto Rico, which is called the latest map of the island of Puerto Rico, one of the first American maps of the archipelago. So here is like a little view of the experience you get when looking at the online exhibition. So based on the written cues on each stereo card, I included what marks and icons indicated the stereo camera's placement and the photographer's field of vision. And finally, I used the ArcGIS Story Maps Guided Tour tool to, one, show the relationship between each stereo card with each other, how they simulate the peregrination in the stereograph's represented space, and I approximated each stereograph's 3D sense of recession. So just as a conclusion, some of the key takeaways of this virtual exhibition is that after looking at this virtual exhibition and interactive map, viewers will know how Underwood and Underwood conveyed an imaginary sense of presence and participation in the process of colonizing Puerto Rico with the help of maps, captions, and stereographic images. And viewers will also understand how technology has shaped the way we looked at racialized bodies and landscapes. And I hope to promote a reflection on the constructed nature of looking and how this happens through different forms of technology. Thank you. And if you want to visit the exhibition, it's going to be at the Tulane online exhibits from now until June. Thank you.
Now we'll have Katie.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for staying this long, and thank you so much to Leah for answering all of my emails and questions and for putting this all together. So my research last year was focusing on the feasibility of a topic that I've selected for my dissertation, looking at the ancient Maya full figure inscriptions at the site of Quirigua in Guatemala. And so this was going to be basically an initial investigation into some of the themes that I wanted to look at for my dissertation. And as a spoiler alert, it is now officially my dissertation. So I'm going to talk about it in detail as we go through. So just to give a little bit of background, the corpus that I'm looking at comes from the 8th century CE, from these 4 sites that I've highlighted here: Palenque, Yaxchilan, Quirigua, and Copan, which are all ancient Maya sites that had full figure inscriptions at this time. Because of COVID restrictions, I had to pick one, and the best one as far as accessibility and COVID safety was Quirigua, because of its relative proximity to Antigua, where I could work to process my data. So this presentation focuses mainly on, well, entirely on Quirigua. Full figure glyphs are a specific subset of Maya hieroglyphic writing in which the sign itself takes on a body. So you can see here the number 6 can be represented as an abstract with a number, a bar, and a dot number. It can also be represented using the patron god of the number 6 that you see in the center, who's known for this really prominent nose, a sharp tooth, and an axe in the eye. And you can also take that head variant and extend it, append a body to it essentially, and you get what we have on the far right. And you can see there's the nose, the tooth, the eye, they're all there up in that top right portion of the glyph. You can see the entire body that appears. And so these full figure glyphs are both writing and art. And I'm using this as a way to investigate the way that the classic Maya viewed the meeting point of art and writing. And so that's part of my dissertation, and this forms just a small portion of it. So the site of Quiriguá is actually a very small site relative to other ancient Maya sites, and it's the smallest of the corpus that I'm putting together for this dissertation. But it has a large quantity of full figure glyphs, which makes it really important. So just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, if we're looking at the site map on the right-hand side here, I'd be standing right where it says Ballcourt Plaza, more or less, just a little bit to the right, looking towards the north. And so the monument all the way in the back of this picture are the ones almost at the complete north bit of the map. And then this is looking south from the north. So if you look at the northernmost part of the map, look south, I'm standing at that stairway that you can see for this original picture. I was standing at the stairway you can see behind that giant tree. So Quiriguá is a very small site, like I said, but it's very significant. And so one of the research questions that I was using to guide my work during the summer was first, what iconographic or visual motifs or signs do we see in these full figure inscriptions? I wanted to see what characters or what figures from Maya culture and mythology appeared in these signs, like that patron deity of the number 6 that I showed. And I also wanted to look at the quality of the available drawings from Quiriguá. There's only one set of drawings of these full figure glyphs that's been published. And so I wanted to compare those to the monuments themselves because I'd heard rumors that they weren't that great, and we'll get to that later. And finally, I wanted to do a stylistic analysis of the signs themselves to see if I could determine if maybe the same scribes had made some of these inscriptions at Quiriguá, and eventually looking at the relationship between different sites to see if maybe these scribes were working at the same site or at different sites as part of a workshop. My methodology involved taking good photographs of the monuments that I did not have access to prior to this project. I also wanted to do some drawing corrections, or at least start the process of drawing correction where I found discrepancies. And finally, my thought was at the beginning, if this turned out to be a feasible idea for a dissertation, this would form the beginning of my corpus creation, which now includes almost 500 individual signs for analysis. So it's very large, and this was a really great start to that. So for photography, I was really lucky. The lead archaeologist at Quiriguá helped me out a lot. He got me a ladder. He got someone to hold the ladder while I stood up there so that I could take photographs. And also I was on this ladder while I was making drawing corrections. So it was really great help. And he even gave me access to some night photography that helps to see these monuments, because if you can, so these are some of the photographs that I took. And the photography for these has always been tricky because the particular stone material used at Quiriguá is a sandstone with mica inclusions, which means that when the sun hits it, it sparkles, but in photography that translates to blurriness. And so taking photos at different times of the day and having access to night photography that other scholars had taken helped me to be able to really get a good analysis on these. It also helped with drawings. So see, here's some of the notes for the drawings that I took. These are the published drawings, and I compared them to the monument, and I'm kind of going to go back and forth between these drawings and the pictures that I took. You can see this image on the left shows a little bit of that blurriness that I was talking about, but also this side of the monument, these are from two different sides of the monument, and this side is a lot more eroded than that side and was originally carved in lower relief. But when looking at the drawings, I noticed that there's actually significant discrepancies. So in the drawing on the left, the figure that's holding the cartouche, you'll see I drew in some fingers there on the right-hand side that he didn't have in his drawings, but they're incredibly clear on the monument. And so I'm not sure how those were missed, but I figured that it was significant that we could actually see how the cartouche was being held. There's also a broken corner in the bottom left-hand portion that is broken off on the monument. I suspect that he might have, the original artist on this might have been using plaster casts that are held in the Smithsonian to finish this drawing, but I haven't been able to see those plaster casts, so I wanted to make note of the fact that on the monument today, it is broken. And then finally, on this right-hand image, the most significant issue here is you can see the percentage signs that are on the body of the left side figure. That marks him as a death god. But the creature on the right that has these sort of feline paws, this is a creature that we don't know very much about. And you'll notice that I drew in a percentage mark with a little exclamation point next to it on the right-hand side, because the percentage mark is actually on the paw. And because this is a creature that we don't know a lot about, little marks like the fact that he has a percentage sign marking him as a sort of death deity helps us to identify what this creature actually is. And so I think it's really significant that the drawing didn't have it, especially because for Mayanists, drawings tend to be very heavily circulated. It's a lot easier to see details in a drawing than to see it in a photograph. So the drawings were really, really useful. And this trip also helped me to start creating my corpus. So I started using FileMaker Pro to keep track of all of my glyph blocks. I have 170 glyph blocks, and each one has its own entry in my software program. And for each one, because it's writing, I do have the transcription, the transliteration, and the translation that I'm going to be filling out so that I know what the linguistic meaning is. But then you can see on the bottom half of this page, I'm also parsing it into the individual signs, of which I mentioned I have almost 500. And each one of those I've analyzed based off of what the sign represents, so what deity is represented here, if they're conflated or blended with other signs, and if they're interacting with other signs, so that I can see if there's any sort of patterns that might reveal what the beliefs were about this particular deity, or what the scribal patterns were, what their habits were when representing these signs. Finally, because I was at one single site, I'm still working on figuring out authorship, but I found some promising leads. Art historical methods suggest that you can find similarities in artist style by looking at the way that they execute mundane things like hands, ears, noses, etc. And so looking at the hands, I was able to find one pattern that I think is indicative of a scribe, in particular at the site of Quiriguá, that I've affectionately nicknamed the broken finger pomegranate artist. Because if you look at these hands, the fingers are at these unnatural, almost broken looking angles. And the body of the hand itself is very globular and round. And on the image on the right, you can really see, I mean, it looks exactly like a pomegranate to me. But so these are the things that I'm looking at to see if I can identify if we have the same scribe working in each case. So the research that I did over the summer helped me with my prospectus defense. Since then, I've finished my corpus creation and I have a few initial chapters underway. And hopefully this summer, I'm going to be able to do a little research, and pending grant applications, I'm also going to be able to do in-field research in the fall and the spring to really dig in and visit the other sites as well. So thank you so much.
Is this you?
Yeah.
This one?
No, that one's mine.
Is that mía?
And you'll have that open. Can you press escape?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Barbara. I'm in the Department of Spanish and Portuguese. I prepared a text just to help me keeping the presentation on track. So my project's name is Mapping the Visual Representation of Drug Consumption in Early and Mid-20th Century Mexico. In September 2021, I conducted field research in Mexico, a fundamental step for my dissertation writing process. I studied the relationship between drugs and narrative with a focus on contemporary Latin American literature. I'm interested in identifying how novels from Colombia, Mexico, and the Caribbean talk about these substances that alter consciousness, behavior, moods, and are at the core of the main political, social, and economic disputes upon which Western modernity was founded. From novels to news reports, from cinema to ethnographic photography, from paintings to caricatures, each medium has communicated by its own means ideas on what is addiction and how drug use looks like. Mexico is a key player in the international narcotics trade and a pioneer in the production of research and knowledge on what some scholars have called narcotic culture. Visiting Mexico, therefore, represented an opportunity to comprehend how the country has considered the being on drugs condition throughout the centuries, along the contemporary discussion on marijuana legalization that is in the country's spotlight right now. So before going moving to comment on the museums and archives I consulted, I just would like to comment with you both pictures, because being in Mexico was also a special moment for also living how cities dealing with this contemporary drug issues that is taking place right now. For example, is in the left side, you can see like a campaign in a wall in Paseo de la Reforma Avenue against the fentanyl, which is a crisis also taking place in the US. Now it's a kind of synthetic heroin, this new drug that is on the spotlight right now. And the other side, a picture that I took right in the city's downtown, in the Zócalo, a spot where you could smoke marijuana. But you can, like in the poster, you can see like it is written, please don't bring it, don't sell, or not don't bring, but don't sell, don't buy it, don't roll it, and don't offer. It's like bring your own joint and you can smoke it there. So just to highlight how special was also living in the city, not only like consulting the museums and archives, but okay. So. I spent almost 4 weeks in Mexico City mapping the visual representations of drug use in cinema, photography, sculpture, mass media, painting, and craft work. Because my dissertation focuses on literature, in this field research, I aim to expand my repertoire of drug use representation in different platforms. Although I was especially focused on pieces from decades prior to the general legalization experimented in 1940 after President Lázaro Cárdenas' authorization, I sought an expanded time range that allowed me a comparative approach towards the aesthetics and values expressed by each analyzed period. So I consulted the Cineteca Nacional's documental and audiovisual archives and the Archivo Histórico de la Ciudad de México. I visited the Museo Nacional de Antropología, the Museo de Arte Popular, the Museo Archivo de la Fotografía, the Museo del Estanquillo, the Museo del Pulque y las Pulquerías, the Museo Nacional de Arte, Palacio de Bellas Artes, Museo Soumaya, the Museo Nacional de la Acuarela, and the Museo Anahuacal, and the art gallery Sentidos, is the way they pronounce it. So it was huge. I moved in Mexico City. So during the weeks I consulted the Cineteca Nacional's archives, I could notice that the cinematographic production of the first half of the 20th century focused on moralizing specific substances and portraying their consumers as the materialization of all evil, especially to white women. And as you can see in the right side or the left side of this slide, so those are from the the first half. Yeah, the production from the 90s onwards otherwise focuses on the narco-trafficking violence and the international prohibition efforts. Marijuana, El Monstruo Verde, from 1936, directed by José Boer, and Opio, La Droga Maldita, from 1949, directed by Ramon Peón, are examples of this initial focus on drugs as strategy for certain subjects. Oro Blanco, La Droga Maldita, and Operación Marihuana, and also Guerra contra las Drogas. I think I didn't put this poster there, but it's another movie from 1990. Are examples of the focus on the so-called war on drugs. This Mexican cinematographic production indicates a shifting in the drug problem from an addicted-based perspective, no, from the first side, to a warlike approach. In the Cineteca, I also had access to the contemporary production that foregrounds new elements in the drug debate nowadays. Laberinto Yoem, a movie I watched it there, directed by Serti Pedro Ros from 2019. For example, approaches amphetamine addiction among Yaqui people, the Yaqui indigenous people. From the museum visitors, I was interested in any manifestation representation of drug use, regardless the time frame. My motivation was to notice recurrent gestures, aesthetic proposals, and values. In the Museo del Estanquillo, especially in the session dedicated to the character tradition in Mexico, I had access to cartoonist Ernesto Garcia Cabral drawings of Cantinflas, right there, a popular Mexican character. Cantinflas is a marginal subject, often linked to a nightlife on the streets. In Cabral's representation from the 1950s, he frequently appears with a lit cigarette in his mouth or fingers. Although the smoking habits was presenting Mexico's art and craft work was way before Spaniards' arrival, as you can see in the Anthropology. And also in Museo de Anahuacalli, the smoking figure in the painting tradition seems to be a modern interest. Los Fumadores from 1931 by painter Rufino Tamayo and El Fumador, 1940, by Pablo Higgins, for example, are shown in the Museo Nacional de Arte when painters were driving their eyes to city growth, marginality, and poverty. In the Museo del Pulque y las Pulquerias, I deepened my knowledge about the pulque, an alcoholic beverage made from the fermented sap of the maguey plant and usually consumed by indigenous people. There, photos from the mid-20th century pulquerias where one can see primarily women drinking caught my attention. Not everybody was allowed to drink the sacred beverage, and the museum's material led me to consider gender issues regarding drug consumption representation. So as I'm talking about drug as this substance that alter, like psychotropic substance. No, I'm using this drug concept as a huge umbrella concept in this presentation. So they don't consider folk as a drug among the community. So in Archivo Nacional, Archivo Histórico, here. In Archivo Histórico de la Ciudad de México, I could trace repression, intensification towards pulquerias through the centuries, besides having access to documentation regarding marijuana and mushroom trade prohibition in the 19th century. This both what caught my attention is how they present the substance, like known by the name of hongos or named marijuana. You can see like the early periods where these drugs were appearing and tasting. So also these are only other slides. Like I'm still working on these images. I'm still like thinking about how to approach them, but I just would like to share now other findings on this consumption that I could find also in the Museo Soumaya. This most pictures more like in a costumbrista intention, and here a shaman preparing peyote in Museo Archivo de la Fotografía. So I also had planned to visit the Fototeca Nacional in Pachuca, but unfortunately, during my stay in Mexico, the archive temporarily closed. Since the Fototeca's archive has lots of materials that explore the topic of drug use, they expressed availability to help my research any other way they can. I'm glad I could count on thoughtful professionals in all the archives and museums I visited in the country. And the field research in Mexico was transformative. I have now important new possibilities to approach my objects of studies, leading to more complex readings and questions. And I thank Tulane's Sun Center for Latin American Studies and Tinker Foundation for the opportunity to complete this fundamental part of my doctoral formation. And I would like to end with this quote from de chamar Maria Sabina, la mujer espíritu, fumemos cigarro y fumemos al corazón de Dios. Still thinking about this code, but I would like to end with that. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you everybody so much for your presentations. We have now about 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes for questions. So feel free to just unmute yourself and shout out a question. And panel members, you can ask each other questions.
I have a question. For Katie. It was more like for the software that you're using. I'm very interested of also carrying software to analyze images better. Why do you choose exactly the software that you're choosing right now? Because I heard that there's another one that is called Trophy. I don't know if that is Sociocultural.
Yeah.
I don't know what was your thinking on choosing that?
Yeah, so I started out with Trophy, and I feel like it's going to be really useful for other projects that I do. But for this one, because I had in my mind a very specific layout for all of the information that I needed to do. And FileMaker Pro lets you arrange the elements on the page so that you can set them up in the priority and the order that you need them to. And so for me, it was just the visual presentation and the functionality of the project. It does cost more money, and my advisor had to help with that. So yeah, but that was the main reason why I went with that over Trophy. I have a question for Christine, if that's okay. Christine, I'm really interested in your work, and I'm curious about the differences that you found in the burial practices. And I'm curious, I noticed that I'm really curious about how the fact that bead in the mouth remained. Have you seen any patterns about visible versus non-visible practices that, like I feel like that's one that's less visible and maybe could have like snuck by a more colonial period burial practice. And I'm curious also about who was regulating.
Yeah, no, I totally agree that one could maybe be snuck in because we're still trying to play with the idea of like, okay, who was being buried at the cemetery? Were they people who were more likely to be accepting of Christian or Catholic practices, or who was actually being buried on the south side, because that burial area has been used for 2,000 years. So if you dig into deeper layers, we actually have 2,000-year-old burials. So I also wonder, what is the church built on top of? And, where was it acceptable to loot? We are also looking at like chicha practices and the chewing of chicha. So I do wonder if that one is, like you said, you could sneak it by, but also that there was Spanish glass beads. So beads were seen as a more acceptable burial item, but the chicha vessels and others like indigenous ceramics weren't. So yeah, I agree about the visibility thing. I don't know if I answered your question.
Considering things drugs certainly put on maybe in certain sometimes so like their community so how are you thinking of that?
Yeah, no, that's maybe I think it's gonna be the discussion of my first chapter is like to define how I'm approaching this drugs, because there is also some extraordinary. I mean, they have some substance that people can identify as consciousness altering. So, and there is the prohibition efforts that in some way define what is drugs or not. But there is also this like popular use that is not just because like we can, for example, juxtapose like coffee or tobacco as substance that can alter consciousness, but historically, like culturally, popularly, we do not consider coffee as a possibility. Not to. So I'm gonna discuss that because I don't wanna, I wanna skip the definitions that are just scientific or neuroscientific. I mean, this also like the definition of psychotropical substance is immersed in a very specific web of interest to be able to get rid of all these cultural things that also is related to the use of some kind of substance. So it's something that I'm struggling with, like to define how I'm approaching drugs. But I think the complexity of like involved in the word and the term is part of the research too. You know, like how some communities also attributes this like a drug perspective to some substances and not to others not. So that is part of the discussion too. But it's
Totally, that's so interesting, yeah, because this sort of like applied framework of it being a drug, but like, you know, like, is it ceremonial, is it popular, like, how does it function? It's so interesting.
yeah, no, but this is like part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Maria. First of all, Maria, thank you very much for sharing that. I look forward to checking out the exhibit online. Congratulations on that and on the thesis. I wondered if you could say a few more words about the colonial relationship that you saw in the Cuba, Puerto Rico collection. Since you showed some stereographs from India or depicting India, do you have a sense that this is something that other colonial empires are doing in a similar way? Is it a kind of way of domesticating this space that an elite audience can therefore experience, and also school children?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, my thesis is divided in 3 chapters. The first chapter has to do with the technology, where I really explain how photographers used the aesthetics of the picturesque to really bring forth this the recession that stereography provided. The second one talks about landscapes, and my argument in that chapter has to do with ordering landscapes, how this photography and stereography served to present ordered landscapes as though they had been naturally there in Puerto Rico. And the third chapter has to do with images of women and children. There are several studies on how British companies did also British stereographic companies use stereography to document India, China, and yes, there is this imperial mode of viewing, but most of the studies have been done for the British Empire. What I really tried doing here was focusing on the American particularities, one, and two, there are also multiple studies. Jonathan Crary, who was an art historian at Columbia University, actually has a whole book on how stereography really promotes kind of this idea of consumption through viewing. So the idea that stereography is kind of like an imperial, technology is really there in the literature. But what I really tried doing was focusing on American stereography, which, by the way, the industry really went up at the turn of the 20th century. By the time stereography was our main media in the United States, it had already declined in Europe. So this is also, yeah, one of the particularities, and it really coincided with, you know, Puerto Rico, Cuba, the Panama Canal, their tours on each of these different sites. Yeah, so that's, I hope I answered your question. It had tons of, you know, ramifications.
I have a question for this expression, Spanish lake, that you is in your title, is like that people used back then, or is like that you see in the historiography, or was like something that's used to refer to that?
So it was more common to use it in the 70s, 80s, but it kind of like right now it's not very used because it's not a secluded space. Like current research demonstrates that piracy, contraband from other nations went through the Pacific, so it's not a lake anymore. So that's why I put it quote unquote, so to like kind of differentiate that I'm not necessarily saying that it was a Spanish lake. So I think the last book that kind of addressed that was something that was published like 2015 of University of Hawaii Press. But like after that, it's kind of a term that is being kind of relegated, right?
We are at the end of our time, and I do want to acknowledge that Martin joined us. He was having internet issues, so he couldn't make it in time for his presentation, but he showed up to hear the last little bit of the conversation. I just want to acknowledge that you're here, Martin. I see you. And I want to wish everyone here a happy rest of the weekend and a safe Mardi Gras. Thank you all so much for your research. It's been fascinating. Liat and I know a lot about a lot of things. We learned a lot, and I really enjoyed it. I always enjoy it every year. Thanks for coming, and thanks to the faculty and staff who showed up here, and partners too. I see Sebastian's down there too, who showed up to support the day today. All right, thank you, everybody.
And special thanks to Jimmy.